Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, September the 2nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Couple of thank you, William, so you can hear me and you can see my screen. Okay. Well, guys, if you were in the room yesterday, somebody asked me about, first of all, why do I shut the room down at 3? And I was sort of jokingly saying, well, between 3 and 4, that means I can kind of trade on my own if I want to. But we also got into some post-market, like what I would look for in a post-market trade. So, guys, hands up. What do you think I traded after hours yesterday? And it was a bit of a late one. Let's see if anybody can guess what I traded after hours yesterday. Sort of hinted at it. Absolutely FCUV. My goodness. Now, I have to admit, the only reason I traded this one, and you can't see our chart stop, but I can show you what happened. The only reason I really traded this one is because, Wednesdays are the Q&A with Dan and Brad. And so that is kind of my longer day, and I help out, and that's at 5 o'clock Eastern Time, 2 o'clock Pacific Time. So take a look at the FCUV. It's not that it really closed that well, because here was the high, 24. But, as I'm in this Q&A with Dan and I'm watching this little action here and then I'm seeing it here and if I'm, this is interesting, it actually got to a price level that I was interested in. Bottom line is I was able to take this trade at 21.18. I sold some just underneath 23. And what you can't see, though, on our charts, look what happened. This is at 2 o'clock, 5 o'clock Eastern Time. All the way up to $30. I actually took most of it out right around that 29 mark. What a trade. Unbelievable. I mean, it was startling to see the increase. Now it is, I have no idea what it's going to do today. I'm not in it anymore. But that's kind of what I look for, the ones that were really flying during the day. This did not exactly fit the bill because it didn't close near the highs. But, I decided to thumbnail it. I was watching it as I was in the Q&A, and man, oh man. Now, this could be an interesting one also, this OMQS, because I noticed a little bit like the FCUV, which caused a little bit of pain for us yesterday because initially it was, we had it still as a pink sheet stock before about halfway during the day, the data provider updated the information, so it was actually on NASDAQ. And this is maybe the same sort of thing, OMQS, but this happened yesterday, OMQS. I think this started trading yesterday, just looking at a headline. Begin trading on NASDAQ, okay? So this started trading on NASDAQ yesterday. And look at this gap up here, OMQS, another low float. And so who knows what's going to happen with this one? It could be somewhat similar. So keep an eye on this one, definitely. Now, there are other things happening. PSTV. Let's see if this is holding the gap. PSTV. It's not bad. It's holding a little bit. 247 was the high. What did they do? Some kind of a deal with a company called Radio Medex deal. So that is the reason. However, look at that 200-day moving average right there, 238. It did pop above it. But that could really prove to be some resistance. CHPT. I guess they blew away the analyst expectations, and they're guiding a lot higher for this upcoming quarter. CHPT, ChargePoint, of course, EV play. So they released earnings after hours yesterday. There's that mauve area, the big gap up, and it's holding. That's the good thing. It's holding. ASMB on the downside. ASMB is a big gap down because they have stopped their trial, discontinued the trial of whatever drug they were trialing. Okay, so this happened after hours. You can see the reaction. And it is still gapping. It's still gap down. ASMB. Chewy, CHWY. CHWY is an earnings play. Gap down. Is gapping down. Again, there's a reaction after hours, released earnings after hours, and gap down. Still holding that gap down. The next low looking left on the daily chart is around 75. So, I mean, it still has room. And once it continue down. GSM, what a run this one has had. GSM. A sneaky little stock here. GSM. Look at the run it's had over the last few days. I mean, a couple of weeks ago, this was 560, so it's basically doubled since the 28th. And again, it's continuing its run. That was next on my list. AEO. Yeah, AEO is definitely an earnings hit. Almost looked at this one to short this morning. Through the 200-day moving average. This could be weak all day. BTBT, yeah, crypto was strong. You know, the usual suspects of Mara and Riot are up. This one can be a little more interesting to trade because of the float, 14.9 million in the float. So crypto was up. You can see if it can take, what's the price, 1342. So the high right there is 1350. Kind of see if it takes this area out and continues. It's got a bit of a gap to fill. Now this IPHA, I have no idea what's going on with this one. Well, I do see the, do I see any news on them? Just a minute. I'm not sure I see any specific news on them, but I did see this this crazy gap up here, up to 12. I'm not sure that was real. I don't know how many shares traded there, but then it came right back down. It's still up though, 41%. And it's a very, well, it's not a low flow, 51 million in the float. I just don't see any specific news on it. Yeah, I do have Nikola on here. I have my doubts it's going to hold this gap. This is, of course, got a lot of baggage, NKLA. But nonetheless, yes, a little battery deal. The next high looking left is 1155. I just have my doubts it's going to continue. ASAN, this is out of the price range I trade, but this is an earnings play, all-time high, ASAN. And look at that gap, man, oh man. Lots of consolidation on the daily chart, and then released earnings. It's interesting because the initial reaction wasn't great. It wasn't terrible, but it wasn't great. And now this morning, and Oppenheimer and JMP Securities, I'm just looking, some of the analysts are piling in. Oppenheimer raises the price target to 85. So it's above that target right now. They raise it from 77 to 85. Real? I contacted Kelly and she said it's taken care of, but let me just... Give me a moment, Real. All right, let me keep going here. AI, another earnings play is a gap down. AI is a gap down. On earnings, and this is a pretty big gap down actually, 8%. And again, one of those companies releasing earnings after hours. There's that move area. JKS is up. I know some of you guys, I kept seeing JKS being posted yesterday. So some kind of a strategic cooperation. So this is gapped up. I don't think it's a merger. Jinko Solar subsidiary and CATL signed strategic cooperation framework agreement. GSAT, yes, GSAT. Now this, again, we'll see what happens with GSAT today, but GSAT is popping up. They say they have a payment, a $37.5 million upfront payment or advance payment from a customer, and that is GSAT. Of course, these are the ones who said, the Apple analyst 2 days ago said, hey, this would be a good fit for Apple, for their potential satellite business. So, and then the next day, no. Kirk is an earnings play. K-I-R-K is an earnings play. And I think it's gapping down. Oh, sorry, it's a little gap up. Yeah, actually, it's a nice, pretty good gap up here. You can see if we can take all this out. There's a 200-day moving average up here at 23. So it's not that far away, but is it above this area right here, 2101? Not quite. What did it get to this in the pre-market? Got up to 2130. So it takes that high out again. Stick an alert around 21. See if it takes that out later on. If it takes that out later on, it's got a chance to fill in close to that 200-day moving average. Okay, let me just do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have from briefing.com this morning. That's what I thought. Hardly any action on the upside or the downside. Here's two upgrades. All right, there are the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. A couple of upgrades for TCBI. Sorry, downgrades. Sorry, downgrades. Downgrades. Okay, again, not too much action on the upgrade. Wow, look, Nicola is actually surprising me right now. This could turn into a great short later on. Let's take a look at TCBI. A couple of downgrades for TCBI. See what's happening there. Don't know if it's an earnings play. Don't think so. Usually these banks are, yeah, so. But a couple of downgrades. No volume yet, but. And we're going to be in for a pretty darn positive open so far. There's the SPY. You can see the SPY up here. Here's the close yesterday. Now the SPY is gapping up a little bit here. Let's take a look at the sectors, see what we can see in terms of what the major sectors are doing. And the answer is probably they're all up except Even energy is up. Okay, so virtually everything is up. Financials are, not great. Well, not bad. I mean, 61% up, but you can see the rest of them. Energy, 95% of the stocks are up. So what does that 95% means? That means that 95% of the stocks that make up this XLE sector are above yesterday's close. That's what that means. Okay. And so we have real estate, communications, and tech. The only somewhat iffy one right now, you might say, is financials, really. I mean, only 61% up compared to the rest of them. So anyway, this is a glimpse of what's happening in the pre-market right now. And KLA is actually surprising the heck out of me. But this could... Oops. Just give me a moment here. I accidentally X'd out. Shoot, I'm going to have a problem here with this Brokerage Plus. I'm going to have to break it out. Give me a moment, please, guys. I say I accidentally, when I clicked, I accidentally X'd out my upper docked window instead of the channel. But just give me a moment, okay? Yeah, I think this is what you're looking for, I believe, the VWAP cross. Just give me a moment, though. I'm trying to. So Gary, this is the. It's all good now. Okay, excellent. Okay. Yeah, I just see a note from her. Cool. There it is. There's the VWAP cross. Okay. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna get my Brokerage Plus window up. Interesting. Time is it, guys? 9:24. I'm going to put myself on mute, okay? I have to figure out how to get my All right, guys, I've rectified the situation. Time is it? 9:26. Okay, time for me to shut down anyway my pre-market stuff. So Barry is not taking the BBIG trade. Okay, give me one moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, let's take a look at ATER. ATER, I've been super active. Came on my scan, my option scan a couple of times. Yeah, I mean, it's not doing anything quite yet. Lots of volume, pretty good volume already, but not doing anything quite yet. And all right, guys, and typically I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I kind of try to let things settle down a little bit. And yes, I will miss the runners right off the bat. How is that AEO doing? OMQS. Just give me a moment here. I have to, because I couldn't save my last work, I have to redo my thumbnail charts. That OMQS is kind of interesting. I mean, it's going to be crazy, I think. Already is kind of crazy. Let me just bring that one up again, the OMQS. OMQS. Why is it going to be crazy? Could be crazy. Well, look at this big topping tail right up here. Got up to 19. Briefly, came right back down. It's a low float. Started trading on NASDAQ yesterday, I guess. This reminds me a little bit like the FCUV. Yeah. Well, the market is open. What do you mean 1 minute to the open? Sorry about that, guys. It caught me by surprise. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. Well, it looks like it's an uplist from yesterday. OMQS. Looks like an uplist from yesterday. No, I'm wrong. It is today. It is today. This is uplist. This is an uplist today. Okay, so it's a little bit like the FCUV yesterday. Sorry, I was looking at the news and yeah, so here it is, okay, guys, to begin trading on NASDAQ. September 2nd, okay, that is today. Here's your Mara, guys. I have just tough time trading Mara and Riot intraday, but all right, and there it goes. I lost sight of it, unfortunately. I mean, I just had all sorts of negative bias with this NKLA, guys. But I lost sight of it when I was doing my rebooting and all. So anyway, there is NKLA. And there's the JKS. There's a great break out of that consolidation. AEO continues down, and I think it's where's the VWAP? 2689, so it's a little bit below the VWAP right now. GSM continues. Look at the volume coming in. There's the pre-market high, 1121. Yeah, a lot of volume coming into FCUV. It'll be a wild one again, I think, today, but I'm really interested in that OMQS to see what sort of action it gets with this uplisting. You know, all we're doing here, I mean, looking at, as a trader, you're looking at, okay, where could be an FCUV today? Well, obviously very similar in terms of the uplisting. Doesn't mean it's the same thing is going to happen, but all right, there's the VWAP 4363. So it soared right through that VWAP for MARA, M-A-R-A. Support, I mean, this is a active one, obviously, SPRT, and we'll gap up here, or not a gap up, but lots of volume that came in. Tech was really active after hours yesterday, I noticed. Tech, T-E-C-K, had a nice little pop after hours. It's above the after hours high. Pretty decent volume already, 500,000 shares. And we've had a robust open. We've got the Dow up, Tech up, and SPY up. So we've got a robust open right now. All right, guys, I'm just kind of watching some of my thumbnail charts to see if anything exciting is happening. If you're having a problem, go to your account and go to the account tab, okay, in the toolbar, and click on activate account again, okay? Or sorry, reset. Sorry, go to, no, I was right. Account and reset connection, see if that helps, okay? Well, as IPHI A, I mean, it's up 43% still. I mean, this is, I have to put an alert up here, say around 5, I don't know, 560 or so. And see if it takes that out. All right, guys, so we do have again, I'm not a huge fan of these early ones from the option scanner, okay? But there it is, GSM. Just not a huge fan of the early ones. I almost want to put my delay back in at 15 minutes. But let's see. I mean, the alert was at 1066. Okay, so this MMAT is interesting. MMAT, the next high looking left is 579. So that's kind of interesting, guys. I mean, decent volume, six times the 6 times normal up to this point of the day. It's a little early. Let's see, the longer it holds over 5. And I see this SCPS was halted. SCPS was halted. And let's see, where could it open? Not a big clue yet. It still says 637, 638. So SCPS was halted. So it says that this happened at 9:15. I see some news. Launches Duet Therapeutics. Okay, so a little bit of, really not that much action pre-market. Well, I shouldn't say that. There was some action pre-market on that news, and now traders are piling in right now. SCPS, crazy low float, 1.19 million in the float. So very, very low float. The next levels, I mean, it looks like there's some resistance around 7. Just have to see how it opens. That I don't know, Tom. I mean, you might be able to. I don't know if you phone them to see if you can negotiate a better deal. I'm assuming you're buying a few thousand shares or something. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. I have no idea. Okay, so you might have to phone them and see if you can negotiate a deal with them. Still about 5 minutes ago, 4 minutes ago, before that first 15 minutes is up, market is putting in a nice green candle to start on the 15-minute chart. Great short by Real on the CHPT. Okay, there's this, sugar. Remember I was waiting on this one to take out 22 yesterday. It just didn't do it. GSL, this was on, I believe it was the option scanner. And it just didn't want to take out 22 at all. And now it is. And, you know, the volume is starting to pick up. Keep an eye on LI. I think this was an AI alert yesterday. And what did it get to? The high was 31.67. All right, so let's see what happened with that SCPS, guys. SCPS. Wow, look at the gap up now. And it is motoring. Let's see what that high is over here, 754. A few months ago, it got up to 19, almost $20. Again, this is why can this happen? Because of the float. When a little over $1 million in the float. But again, you know, because of that float, guys, I mean, yeah, it's awesome when they move higher, but you've got to be awfully careful. Okay, guys, keep an eye on there's a lot of volume coming into this one. The IPHA. There's volume coming into this IPHA. I have an alert set for the highs right there. I mean, I didn't see it when it hit this 12. It might have been so quick and came right back down. I mean, it's still up 51%, and it's 51 million in the float, so this is not, you know, a super low float situation. Whoa, GSM just popped. GSM just popped here. So we had the alert at 1066 from the option scanner. Just give me a moment, please. All right, guys. Well, GSM is looking pretty good. I mean, it's 1066 on the alert, 1082 now. There's the pre-market highs of 11, takes out 11. I mean, it's got really not that much, really doesn't have any resistance. And there it goes, guys. GSM. Well, I guess we can say this is a winner from 1066. on the option scan. It was a little early. Didn't have to get in right away. Look how it pulled back. Okay, see how it pulled back? And then it got back up to 1066, and then now it's through 11. Don't be afraid to take some profit if you want to, but that's what we like to see. We weren't seeing too many of these the first 2 days or 3 days of this week in terms of, you know, something that just kept moving. It doesn't have to be. Now, again, don't be afraid to take some profit. I don't see any specific news on it. You know, I was remarking earlier when if this was on my gap up list in the morning, what a run it's been on. You know, since what, the 28th of June? Sorry, of July. How about August? I'm not going to lose sight of that OMQS. I am, you know, it may do nothing. It may do absolutely nothing, but I'm not going to lose sight of it. I think I'll put another alert around 1484, which is $1 away, of course. I just want to see if it gets rolling again. You know, the volume, it's got to pick up. It's got to pick up. It's only 5.5 million in the float. An uplisting today for this stock, a little bit like the FCUV yesterday. Where's the dog? Not up yet. Yeah, I'm seeing this now, DTST, yes. I'm seeing this now. I know I heard it before. And what's the float like? 3.9 million in the float. Another one of these crazy, crazy low floaters. 200 day is far enough away. 765, that's far enough away. Okay, guys, at RAAS, it looks like this is a pretty good one from the AI. And an entry at 488. This is one of the types I'd like to trade because it's underneath that $20 level. See if it holds this 5 level. That's kind of my key to hold the 5 level. RAAS. Well, they're just ideas, Shamil, okay? They're ideas, so that when I get an alert, okay, I'm always looking, because virtually all my alerts are either a new high or a new low for the day. So the first thing I'm always doing is looking left to see what sort of room it might have to keep moving before it hits the next high. That's the first thing I do. Next thing is, you know, now I'm going to watch to see how it's trading. Like the RAS over 5, I'm liking it because, you know, the longer it holds 5. The only issue I've got is that, you know, there is, I think 522 or 522 is not that far away. But that's kind of how I trade. You know, once I get an alert, I want to see how it's trading. I'm not going to chase something. I'd love to see it consolidate for a little bit and then maybe break out again on some more volume. But it's always looking left on the daily, weekly, and monthly charts to see what sort of, where the next high is, where it could stall. But these are just ideas. Obviously, every single alert I get, I'm not taking the trade. I couldn't possibly do that. So now we look at DTST, okay? So DTST now has fallen down below 5. I'm a big whole number fanatic, okay? So I'll put an alert a little over 5 and see if it takes it out again on some volume. If it does, there's a good chance I might take that trade. But I'm not telling anybody else to do the same thing, of course. There's the RAAS guys. Now the next area that I think it was 522. 522, it gets through 522, and the next high is 566. So let's just see what happens. All right, so there's the DTST, right back up over 5. Is there volume coming in? And let's look left again. What's the next high looking left? It's above that. I think the next high, yeah, we've got room on this one. I think the next high looking left is around 6. So, let's base just a little bit and then get some volume and pop it through. Me personally, I rarely have more than 2 at a time. Rarely. Okay, so we had another fail here. So let's put the alert again at 506 for the DTST. Okay, now another test of 5 for the DTST. You see, we're starting to get these topping tails. The buyers are trying. The buyers are trying to pop this up, but the sellers, look like the sellers are giving up. Well, it's hard to. It's 502, 509. It's not a great spread either. Early, but it looks like the sellers are starting to give up. This got a bit of a spread issue with that one, though. I'd like to see a 7 or 8 cent spread on a $5 stock. You just gotta leave 5 behind. Okay, Kirk, K-I-R-K, was active in the pre-market, and it looks like it's making a new high. So after that look at that big bottoming tail down here. So again, this has some room, I think, I believe that area, 2106, so it's a little bit above that area right now, that 2106. So, I mean, the next area could be getting close to that VWAP, sorry, the 200-day moving average right up here. It's a long. RAS is a long. Hit the AI at 488. I mean, I'm not telling you to go long, okay? I'm just saying that was the alert though. And here we go, here we go, here we go. Let's get into the 30s, maybe. It's not a crazy low float. It's 62. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. DST. There you go. So it is a low float. 3.9 million in the float for DTST. Doesn't trade options, so it's not going to show up on my option scanner. All right, I've taken some out at 530, okay? I've taken some out at 530. That's a good percentage increase for me with the DTST. All I said was watch how well it holds 5. Let's see if we can get a big pop up through 530. I mean, there's all sorts of, I mean, the next high looking left is up at 6. I'm not saying it's getting there. All right. So winner, guys. You know me, the 50-cent level for these stocks that are, you know, $5 stocks, anything under $10, that can prove to be a bit of a stumbling block also. All right, I've taken some more out at 550, okay, just in case. I know it's sort of right around that area. I'm just always wary of that 50-cent level for these cheaper stocks. They can be kind of like that, the whole number. So I don't have very much left for the DTST. Well, the OMQS has proven to be a disappointment. I'm not in it, but it's just proven to be a bit of a disappointment now. We'll see if it... Okay, I'm all out of the DTST, guys, so great percentage move. You can short away. All right, let's see what else is happening. Okay, so I see charge point has had a nice pop off the bottom. You can see, guys, you've got to trade these. So the GSM up to 1128 from the 1066 alert, falling back down now. The GSM is just really fooling around. Well, it's below the VWAP now. This was not shortable, that's right. This was not shortable for me, the SCPS. My bias certainly would have been to short it, but it was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Very nice. Yes, this is from the AI guys, SMTC. It's an earnings play, so you know it's going to be active all day long. Just out of the range I like to trade, but there was the alert at $76, $79 now from the AI. Of course, the one I liked is the RAAS because it's that price range that I like. Oh, SFT, I mean, look at the room it's got. Yeah, maybe not though. I mean, that 200-day is pretty close for the SFT. And that's another AI alert, but it's pretty close. Yeah, no, I've sort of kept my eye on it, but I know what you're going to say. It's probably up over 10 now, right? Yeah, way over 10 now. Yeah, I mean, it's been a solid recovery from earnings. It's been on my watch list, obviously, for about 4 days now. Well, if you have, okay, what I do, I mean, you just have to track stocks that have earnings, okay, and then after that, follow them. So for instance, what I do for earnings plays is here, and I'm sharing these, okay, the earnings plays up and down. So this is what I do. So minus 0.25 in the min and 0.25 in the max. This means that earnings were released after hours the day before, and this is earnings in the pre-market, okay? So if you have that, then you can track, that's what I call the earnings plays. So that's what happened with the SLQT. So what you do is, I mean, SLQT then, for me then, became something that I probably want to thumbnail for a while. Okay, I didn't really have to track it any other way other than having it as a thumbnail. And also, though, is putting price alerts. So here, I mean, here we go. You know, there was the high of its earnings day. So you put a price alert, you know, which I'm sure I did. I mean, I've deleted most of my price alerts. Just put a price alert at the high of its earning disaster day and then see what happens afterwards as an example, okay? That's probably a very simple way to, you know, going forward to track any sort of earnings play, you know, using our price alerts. You know, had this been a pop, and then maybe the next day a little bit of a drop, then you could have put a price alert at the high of the previous day to see if it took it out for an earnings continuation play. Make sense? Yeah, I haven't really. I mean, I'm getting. I see the alerts. I'm just haven't really paid that much attention to them yet. You're talking about the VWAP. So, guys, you can see, you know, with these really low floats. I know, nag you, but don't, you get into one of these low float situations, 3.9 million in the float, you cannot leave your computer. You cannot say, this looks really good. Barry's saying there's all sorts of room to $6. I'm going to take this trade, and now I'm going to wander away. No. Okay? I mean, you've got to be awfully careful when you're dealing with a low float situation. The float meaning the available number of shares for trading, given day. The lower that number, that's the supply of stock, and for whatever reason, high demand, that's why you can do this. But the reverse is true. We have a halt for FCUV on the way up. It's actually on the way up. Give me a moment, guys. I'm having to adjust a couple things on my other monitor. So guys, if you're in this at RAAS, remember what I was saying. There is some, potential resistance right around that 522 mark. Why? Just look left, okay? 522, that's the next high looking left. I'm not saying it's going to stop right there, but it's just you just have to be aware of it. Ha! Well, that FCUV, yeah, it turned out to be a spectacular after-hours trade, no question. They don't all work like that, but wow. Well, let's just take a look at FCUV, where it may open. If you're in this one, I mean, again, this can change, of course, but what I'm seeing is 2151, 2151. Okay, this is the projection. It hasn't changed too much. You see how it's changing, though? See how it's changing? And what you want to, if you're in this one, you got halted at 2297. Of course, you want to see a number above 2297. All right, guys, give me a moment here. I'm just having a tough time adjusting some columns here on my other monitor. Okay, yeah, okay, so I see FCUV opened, and so that really, you see what happened there. I mean, it changed. And there's the RASC eyes again. I mean, listen, if it gets, there it goes. I'm just going to say, if it gets through 522, look out. And it's right now it's trying, and more importantly, on volume, we have a volume burst through that little level, so we may have a nice continuation right now. Give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. right, guys, I'm back, and so we still have a bit of a struggle on the RAAS. Let's see, really clear this 522. Well, let's induce it upwards. Let me just put a price alert up here at 530. Of course, I'm kidding. I have no control doing it this way. I'm just having a little bit of fun putting a price alert a little bit above. Sorry, guys. I'm just having a little bit of an issue trying to rearrange some scans on my other monitor. All right, come on there. Just put that price alert in here at 530. And let's put another one here around 534. Again, this is just a little bit of inducement, perhaps. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Again, I'm just having some issues when I added some scans yesterday. You know, as you guys are probably aware of, with the docking, it can be a little bit tricky when you're trying to expand columns and this and that. So anyway, we're all good now. Wow, missed this one completely. My goodness, look at that alert for Annie, A-N-Y, from the option scanner at 702. Got all the way up to 796. My goodness. And so I see the BTCM, I think it pulled back. So what you do, what I'm going to do is just stick an alert. This is, of course, a Bitcoin play. I'm going to stick an alert at the original alert area and see if it takes it out. I mean, look at all the room it's got. Now, you know, assuming Bitcoin is still strong today, let me take a look at GBTC. So it's, you know, it's not dropping. So BTCM could come back. I would set my alert at 1056. That's where the alert happened, and see if it takes it out again, because look at the room it's got. I mean, look at that monthly chart. The next high looking left on the weekly is 14.18. I mean, this got a lot of potential, the BTCM. Annie, my goodness, and this is I can't remember anymore. Bitcoin play again? I can't remember anymore. All right, guys, we definitely have a winner in the RAAS. You know what? 1024, let's talk about trade ideas. So first of all, if you're new to this trading room, welcome to the room. This is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. And I always start off like this. Now, we do have a promo. I should have mentioned this a little bit earlier. We do have another promo for 20% off. Okay, a Labor Day promo. Just give me a moment, please. I just have to put these links into our YouTube room. This is my time to chime in, and you get what you pay for, guys, with the free commissions. You get what you pay for. Wink, wink. Anyway, so I've just put in the, I don't think I changed it up here. Yeah, let me just make the change here. It's okay. When you click on my homepage link, so this is the promo code to use, Labor Day 2021 for 20% off, okay, the first month only, or the entire year. And this is how much Trade Ideas costs. So we have 4 plans. We have an annual and a monthly. For premium and standard, the premium then would be $22.68 a year minus the 20%. The standard would be $10.68 a year minus the 20%. The major difference is the AI between premium and standard, which I'll go over in a bit, which is giving us our beautiful RAS trade. You don't have to have an annual plan if you don't want an annual. That's fine. You can go standard, month to month. Here are the prices, $118 and $228, standard and premium. You can apply that 20% discount to the first month only, all right? First month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. Now, if you do take out a subscription, say today, which is the 2nd, say by October 1st, a little less than a month away, if you decide you want to upgrade from a monthly to an annual, we'll honor the 20% promo code. So on my homepage, and I encourage you to save my link. A lot of good information on my homepage. A lot of pop-ups on my homepage. Wow, look at the RAS, guys. All I said was, let's see how well it holds 5, right? How well it holds 5. Well, it held 5 really well. I said the next level was the 522. Now, I don't even know if this is shortable, because I'm sure there are going to be, yeah, it is shortable. So at some point, I know you guys who want to short stocks are going to be looking at this. Maybe you're looking at it right now. Anyway, on my homepage, Trade of the Week, Stock of the Day video, and Education. These 3 sections are all free. So you can sign up for the Trade of the Week right here, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I'm going to do I do a Stock of the Day video at around noon every day. And all the education is right here, all free. So if you're looking to just, get an idea about what Trade Ideas is all about, you can take a look. And certainly if you have Trade Ideas, take these lessons, okay, before you do anything else. It talks about building top lists, alert windows, the single stock window, the AI, which we nickname Holly, and Brokerage Plus. So a lot of the basic features are explained here. Daily support sessions. I monitor a YouTube room at the same time as the main trading room. I do take a break at around noon. When I do take a break, one of the other traders takes over. Today is Thursday, so I believe it's Jamie will be in the YouTube room between 12 and 1 when I take my break. Before I do take my break, I will put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there. daily webinars. So yeah, we do have them Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, but now they're not every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So it's a new format. So there is not one today. The new format is Monday and Wednesday, then the following week, Tuesday, Thursday. So next week, the Tuesday and Thursday webinars will be on. This week we had the Monday, Wednesday ones. So they're just a little alternate, okay? But you can sign up for them all right here. More educational videos, starting trade ideas from scratch. More information about the AI. Okay, so there's some good informational videos right there. Also, if you're new to trading, great video series, 36-part video series. You know, before you waste your money on some kind of a training course, take a look at this first. You know, it's all free. It starts off with what is a stock? And some ebooks that we created. A lot of stuff happening, guys. Wow. I think the BTCM is up and running now too. All right, now I do want to talk a little bit about trade ideas in general. This is a far different day for me anyway than yesterday. We have some trend continuations. All right, so what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. An example of a scan is this, basic new highs and lows. If I right-click, configure, and click on the summary, I see what I'm looking for in this particular scan. In this one, I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. Big, high relative volume, that means of 8. That means it's trading at least 8 times normal, what it normally would do up to this point of the day, etc. This is how you always start off with scans if you're creating your own. You always start off with filters. If I was just looking for stocks making new highs or new lows for the day, of course I'd be inundated. So obviously you start off with filters, and then if these criteria are met and a stock makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks. Now, the great news is you do not have to learn a programming language. I right-click on an alert window and then click on Configure and then Search. Here are all the alerts that we have. Lots and lots of alerts, and we get to these icons and plenty of filters. So we feel we've got enough alerts and filters that for the absolute majority of our customers, they can put together the type of scan they're looking for if they want to create their own scans. But listen to what I just said, if they want to create their own scans. So you notice that what I didn't go over, crazily, from my home page, I did say that these 3 sections are free, but obviously if you want to have my scans, you have to be a subscriber. So you click here on that section. Here's a sample layout that I've got, and I have a lot of individual scans that I've created over the years that I am sharing. And this is the one that I love, the moving higher with unusually strong options. So even if you don't want to create your own scans, I am supplying plenty of scans here, and you can always modify them. Meaning, just give me a moment as I resize my standard deviation channel, SDC, okay? So as I say, you can have my scans. Also, if you click on, from our toolbar, click on New, and then click on the Dock Channel bar. These are all channels. They're all themed channels. So, I always like to click on the momentum channel right up here. So they're all themed channels. So you don't have to know how this was created. It was created for you, and if you want it, you can always save. You can extract this from this channel, save it into the cloud, and then you can go through the different channels and start extracting different scans that you might like, saving them to the cloud. And then, once you've done that, you can bring back those scans one at a time in order to create a layout that you might like. Okay, so again, you didn't have to know how we created these in the first place. So, I mean, it's great for people who don't, well, I don't want to say lazy, but I mean, we've gone through a lot of work in creating all these different channels and all the scans within, and you're, more than welcome to use them. Down the road, I think that most people will probably want to, either create their own scans or even modify. When I look at this one, configure. And you might look at that price range. You think, you know what, I don't like that price range, so change it. Just click on the icon. Here are all the values that come up. You can make a change. If you wanted it to be 10 and 20, go ahead. Here's your summary, 10 and 20. Okay? So, don't have to know how to create scans if you don't want to. We do a lot of work for you. And look at the grits and GSAT. The G's are wild. So Shamil, you have to have the latest beta, okay? That's what you have to have. If you're not using our latest beta, then that's why that's happening. You'll notice. So if you click on New, and if you don't have Dock Channel Bar as an option, it means you're not on the latest beta. So go to our home page, download the latest beta, and then you'll have access to just what I did. I know exactly what you're talking about. Then you can you click on Dock Channel Bar, and then you can look at all the different channels and not have to worry about your layout disappearing. And to go, you just have to go to, well, you click on my home page. So if you click on my home page, my link, and then go to downloads, go up here to where it says download software, and then scroll down until you see this beta. Okay, then that has access to that Dock Channel Bar. Okay. And anybody else, if all you want to do is, if you're somebody who has liked our channels but has been reluctant to, look at them during the day because, in the past, your layout you can only have one layout loaded at a time, so your layout would disappear, etc., etc. Now, you can just if you use the new beta and click on Dock Channel Bar, now you can take a look at everything. You don't have to worry about your layout disappearing. Now let's talk a little bit about the AI. It's a couple of nice trades, especially the one I love because of the price range. This is the price range that I like. I like this price range too. The 7 just hasn't moved yet, but I love the price range. I'm just somebody who likes the stocks under 20 from the AI. That doesn't have to be but if you want to follow the AI, first of all, you need our premium service. And this is what I would do. I would click on New from our toolbar, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. And you can follow the alerts all day long. And you can follow them for several days, okay? See how sometimes, a trade won't work the first day, but maybe, just stick an alert at the entry price and see if maybe the next day or the day after it gets back to that price and starts to move. Could be just, could have been just the fact that it was a little bit early. But that's how I would follow it. Okay, and you have an entry time, of course, when the alert happens. You have a price I didn't get in. I didn't get in at 488, guys. Don't get so hung up on, like a lot of people, say, "Well, I couldn't get it at 488. It's at 492 right now." So what? I mean, these are not designed just to make a couple of pennies. I'm always somebody who likes to see a whole number break, especially a 5. I think it's pretty psychological level. So I waited for the 5 break. Watched how it was trading over 5. I thought it was trading pretty nicely, so I took it. Always aware though that 522 could have stalled it. Now it didn't. So this has turned into a tremendous trade. If you click on help and about, it'll tell you the version you're on. I think this is available now, but this may not be available. This is a development version that I'm on, okay? I don't think it's available yet. But that'll tell you. Yeah, I'll give it to you. I guess I'm gonna have to add that to my oops, just a second. Almost made a mistake there. Okay, there it is. Okay, I have to keep doing it. Okay. All right, now I'll talk a little bit about this window that you see here. Yeah, RAS, the RAAS. So you can see where the alert happened from the AI. There it is, 488. Okay, you can see on the right hand, on the y-axis, you'll see here's that blue 488. There was a stop, very tight stop, 11-cent stop. Obviously did not get stopped out. And that arrow is showing you the candle in which it happened on the different time frames. There's the 15, there's the 5-minute, and there's the 2-minute. Okay, and obviously look what it's done since then. It's been an awesome alert. All right, so this window you see here is called Brokerage Plus. Only available if you're using our downloadable app, not the web-based version. If you're using that version, sorry, you're out of luck. This is not available. Okay, we just put a link to 2 videos called Brokerage Plus. Okay, the first video, the smaller video. If you happen to have an Interactive Broker or E-Trade account, you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. You see underneath Brokerage Plus, there's 2 options, live and simulation. So again, the first small video shows you how you connect to either your IB account or your E-Trade account, and then you can trade using this window. But please listen carefully. If you don't have an Interactive Broker or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you can't use this window that we have. It's an option, it's a feature. It's not mandatory to use. It's just there if you happen to have an IB or E-Trade account. But of course you can use Trade Ideas with any broker you want. Just can't use this window. The other video in that link, it's a lot longer. It's about a 26-minute long video, and it goes into a lot more detail about how to use this window if you are connected to your IB or E-Trade account, or almost more importantly, if you are using it in the simulator. Okay, you're practicing trading, which we absolutely recommend before you commit money to the market. Please practice trading. Okay, it's using our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. But please practice trading before you commit money to the market. Trading is not easy. And we've got a great simulator. All you do is just click on an alert. The symbol shows up. Thank you. The symbol shows up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. You pick the price you want to get in at. And that's it. So let's just say you wanted to trade this one, this SLQT, okay? But you didn't want to trade it right now. Maybe you could pull it back to 1092. I'm not saying that's what you would do. I'm just, maybe find a better one, maybe, in terms of the... Ugh, just give me a moment. All right, guys, just give me a moment, please. I'm still having a tough time adjusting some column widths. Just a minute. All right, well, I'm going to have to figure it out later on. It's a little bit frustrating right now for me. I'm going to have to rearrange some windows. Okay, where was I? Talking about Brokerage Plus. So we're talking about practicing trading. Okay, let's take a look at Kirk as an example. I want to get one on a pullback. No, they've all pulled back. Oh man, I'm kicking myself for forgetting, not keeping an eye on this one. This was just such a, I don't want to say, I shouldn't use the term obvious short, but you know, if you know anything that's been going on with this one over the past few months, you know, they had a press release, big deal, popped the stock up a bit, but I mean, come on. Man, everything is pulled back. I'm just trying to find something that hasn't... Okay, here's GSL. Let's just say you wanted to take GSL. You don't want to take it right now, though. Maybe if it pulled back to, I don't know, 22.41. Okay? All right, click the buy, put 22.41 in both the price and the stop, and you notice a nice big blue line appears on the chart. So if GSL pulls back down to 22.41, it'll take the trade. That's how you can practice pullback trades, okay? So a lot of people like to do. They don't like taking stocks near the high of the day. That's fine. They'd rather, get to a level where they think there could be a support area, and so they like to take the trade there. So that's how you can do something like that. Wow, Eni is just, look at the rippage here. Severe rippage. How's that? Severe rippage. 702 on that alert from the option scanner. 889 now. Holy smokes. So what I missed because I was, I don't know what I was doing, but it happened at 10:13. I must have been just talking about my, I can't remember what I was doing. I should not have missed that any alert. Not shortable either for me at Interactive Brokers, so this is not going to, no downward pressure. I don't know how many other brokerages have shorts available. I'm sure Zach has shorts available at his center point, but yeah, so Zach is saying not many can short it. So this is not so that, why that's important is that there will be not as much downward selling pressure on a stock like this. I mean, it's not going to continue to go higher. It can't. Eventually it'll stop. But you won't have a lot more downward selling pressure because there's just not a lot of shorts available at most brokers. Again, when you short something, basically you're selling it, okay? So you're putting downward pressure on the stock. This has been a choppy one, this BTCM. Okay. Give me a moment here. I want to see if I can just make a small adjustment. Yes, I was able to do that. Okay. Okay, so let me, I'm sorry guys, I know I'm a little bit distracted because, I had a couple of scans like that VWAP scan and I put it into the dock and sometimes you have to really play around with the column widths, and I couldn't see the time. Anyway, it's all good now, I think. So let's just take a trade to show you because we just want to talk, I want to talk briefly about money management. All right, this isn't a bad one. I mean, I'm not saying I would take this trade. I mean, this has just been beaten up horribly. I just want to show you the aspect, though, of money management. Some of you might say, well, I'd like to bottom fish this one. It's down 17%. That bad news. They've stopped their trial. Okay, so whatever drug they had, so they've stopped the trial. And so obviously it just got hammered because of that. But let's just say you wanted to take that trade, okay? So let's just take 500 shares. I'm going to show you why I'm taking 500 shares. I'm going to take it at the market. The spread is 322, 323. You see it took the trade at 323. Again, it's using our real-time data. I'm going to put a stop at 303 and I know you guys have been in the room forever, tired of me saying this, but just to make the math simple, okay? There's the stop. Notice it's 20 cents away. So when you get into trading, guess what? All the trades aren't going to work. So in my opinion anyway, how I trade, I always have a price that I'm getting out of the trade when I think it's not working. How do I figure out what that price is going to be? And again, this is, you know, I wouldn't use this as necessarily, this wouldn't be the worst place to get out of a trade, I guess, out of this one. But what I do is I usually size up the chart, and I look to see where I think there could be a support level, and if it breaks down through that support level, I want to be out of the trade. So, you know, how you're going to do it, you know, that is going to take, you know, that's where the practice comes in, all right? Where's that trade? That's where the practice comes in. Some will put a stop at the low of the previous 5-minute candle, maybe the previous 15-minute candle. Maybe they'll use a moving average of some sort. I can't recommend how you're going to do it. I know how I do it, but only you can practice and get comfortable with where you're placing your stops, okay? And that's going to take some time. So, why did I put my stop 20 cents away? Because the other aspect is, okay, if you get the idea that you should have a stop to get, you know, where you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working, that'll also share size you, which is also, then your share size is going to be determined on how much are you actually now willing to risk on the trade if it doesn't work in terms of dollars. You know, if you have a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. That should be obvious. So what I always do in the simulator is I'm risking $100 a trade in the simulator. Okay, so how did I come up with the 500 shares? Because that will share size you. If I take the difference in the entry and the stop, which is 20 cents, I divide that into $100, that share sizes me 500 shares. Okay, so conversely, 500 shares, if I get stopped out for a 20-cent loss, equals $100. So a couple of aspects that I've gone over. One, having a stop, a price where you're going to get out of the trade, and then that will determine how many shares you take based on how much you're willing to risk on the trade. And try not to get into revenge trading. You know, if you lose that first trade and you've lost $100, don't, well, I better risk $200 the next trade, so when I win that one, I'll be up $100. You lose that one, now you're down $300, and so on and so on. The next idea or concept is to obey your stop. It's hard sometimes. You know, you get into a trade and you can't believe it's not working. Somebody mentioned Checkpoint. You know, why did Real short Checkpoint? It had good earnings. Well, you can get really seduced by what you read. You know, it looked like it had good earnings, maybe even guided well. But guess what? Even if everything seems to line up correctly, you know, it's got lots of room, good earnings, good guidance, sometimes they still just don't work. You have to accept it. You move on, you get stopped out. The trade could come back later on. You know, so you can always get back into a trade. Sensational trade so far with the RAS guys from the AI. I mean, look at this. This is now 17%. 17%. It's almost a dollar move on a 488. I didn't get in at 488. Sorry, charge point. What did I say? Checkpoint, charge point, whatever. CHPT. But, you know, so to obey your stop can be very hard. And I get it. I mean, when you start out, sometimes it's very hard because you just don't want to believe that you're wrong. So check your ego, get out of the trade, move on to the next one. And even that one that you got stopped out of, it could set up again later on and you could get back into the trade. So that's my spiel, guys, you know, about trade ideas and money management. Practice trading. How long is it going to take you? I have no idea. Everybody's different. But I will say this, if you cannot make money in the simulator, forget about trying to make money when it comes time to using your account, your real money. And even if you can make money in the simulator, You know, there's no guarantee you're going to make money once you start trading, because again, those emotions come into effect. All the times you allowed yourself to get stopped out when you're in the simulator, you say, because it's, you know, it's play money. You're not really losing it, right? But all of a sudden you start trading and you don't allow yourself to get stopped out. The emotions come in. Yeah, so our AAS actually did show up on the option scan now too. Okay, it took a while. Trying to figure out why it would take that long for it to show up here. It must have been the option volume. It's just been picking up. Oh man, I would love to have a relative volume option scan. Love to have that. What that would be telling me, for instance, is the rate of increase of the number of contracts. So in other words, you know, something might start off, you know, it might be at 1,000 contracts. All of a sudden, for some reason, now it's 1,200, and then the next instant it's 1,400, and the next instance is 2,000. So the rate of increase is just flying after maybe being, you know, kind of at 1,000 for a while. So we had it here at 508. We had it in the AI at 488, which I never would have taken until it broke over 5. Now it's even in the option scan. I don't know where it's going from here. I mean, right here you can see that I think it's 608 or something is the high. So I mean, that may stall it. Yeah, but I'd like to see it automated, rubber. What time do I normally trade to? Well, it's all day. I mean, I shut the room down at 3. Sometimes, you know, on my own, I will take a look at, you know, between 3 and 4. But I also am now getting a little more involved in post-market trading, you know, which, you know, was a wonderful one for me yesterday. The FCUV. But the room is open till 3. I mean, I go from 9 to 3. Yeah, Vicky, I've been hammering at them forever for that one. Years. No, that's just a filter. That's just telling me it's got to pass a filter, okay, of being, say, up at least, or the volume is 300%, 3 times normal. I want the rate of increase, like sort of like the relative volume. I'd like 2 of them. I'd like to see the rate of increase of the relative volume and the rate of increase in this option volume to 8%, if that makes sense. I want to see the rate of increase. You know, so something's happening. All of a sudden, you know, option volume is pouring in. I want to see that rate of increase. Okay, guys, man, oh man, this is a certifiable monster, guys. It hasn't had one pullback really. Remember yesterday I was bemoaning the fact that we hardly had any trend plays that I was watching anyway, okay? I'm not saying there are none. Well, look how beautiful this is. I mean, never mind the 15. I mean, that's sure, that's awesome, okay, straight up. But more importantly, look at the 5-minute chart. There's the pop, a rest, a pop, a little rest, a pop, a little rest, a pop, okay? As opposed to a pop, a downturn, and then a move up. And then another and then a downturn. We're not getting that. Well, I'm not saying with all the stocks, of course, but with the ones I'm looking at, this is what you want to see. Even on a 2-minute chart, which can get a little more active. You know, I mean, yeah, a little minor pullback here, a rest here, a rest here. But remember yesterday, if this were yesterday, this stock may have done something like, this, and then a big red candle in the 2-minute, and then maybe something moving higher, then another a green candle. Tough to stay in trades when they're whipping around like this. This is super easy to keep in the trade. There's no sweat on this one. Okay, emotionally, it's just easier to keep in the trade. Well, it came on the option scanner, but it was late in the option scanner. But, even at 556, you could have taken it. It's 592 now. But it also came on my watch list at 508 and earlier in the AI at 488. So this is why we've been following it for a while now. Okay? Again, this is what I'm talking about. Whoops. There's what I'm talking about. Like 22% gain, guys. I mean, never mind the rest of them. I mean, what you do is you focus on the ones that are up the most and follow them all day like a watch list. That's all I do. Okay? That's all I do. And, the sweet spot for me for the AI is anything under $20. So when I saw that, and I saw the room it had. I mean, that's what it's all about. It's about the room. Yeah, well, hopefully, Pickles, we saved you some money rather than having to pay for some kind of a course. So you can see this Bitcoin play, the BTCM from the option scanner. Because it's a Bitcoin play, you can see that it's tied so directly to what Bitcoin is doing. I don't like that. Okay, I mean, so that's why you had to, if well, guys, I mean, now we're at the level that if it takes this out, there was the high right here of 5. I'm sorry, I'm wrong. Right there I'm wrong again. Wow, we're in uncharted territory now for the RAAS. I mean, the next high looking left is at 605. 615, but I mean but it's a nice, I mean, arguably 670. I'm looking at some, some resistance maybe around here. Wow. Now, we might get some capitulation. I mean, that's a massive, look at the volume increase. And I don't see any reason for it. When I say no reason, I don't see any news on it. It doesn't matter. And you know, the other interesting thing is that it's not a low float, 62 million in the float. This is not a low float situation. But, you know, is it going to finally, I mean, listen, it's going to pull back sometime. And maybe it's starting now. You know, let's see if this volume really drops off. It still has 4 minutes, about 4 minutes to close that candle, that volume bar, this candle. Well, you can't take the trade. You can't risk that much, Pickles. I mean, you have to be reasonable, yeah. If you're putting a stop at 20 cents on a $32 stock, I mean, that's pretty tight for a $32 stock. No, I mean, you can't resolve it. I mean, you're answering your own question, Pickles, really. You're answering really your own questions. You can't resolve it. Now, you have margin, of course. If you have 50K, I mean, typically, most brokers will be 3.5 or 4, or sometimes more, as long as you close your position intraday, no interest. But, I mean, I'm just saying, you know, a 20-cent stop on a $32 stock, I'm not saying it's impossible, but that's pretty tight. There's no answer for that, Pickles. Okay, I mean, your stop again, as we always say, should be based on the chart. I mean, listen, if it were 20 cents away, because you know that's where you're putting your stop because of either there's where there's a support level that you're eyeing, you think that's a good stop price, or it's a low of a candle or something like that. But you know, I mean, you can't get around, you know, on an expensive stock like that, taking that number of shares, that may not be what you want to do. It certainly wouldn't be what I would do. You know, depending on my account size, that's not what I would do. So keep an eye on this, guys. I mean, this could be the capitulation. This has another minute and 15 seconds to close. Of interest will be to see what the next, you know, how is the volume on the next candle. So be very wary of this right now, okay? If you're in this one, especially if you haven't taken any profit. I mean, I'm not a financial advisor, but you got to be looking at this next candle, this next 15-minute candle. And we have a topping tail here. What does it mean? I mean, the buyers took it up here. But, you know, the sellers are trying to knock it down. And this is shortable. And anything that's gone up like this on that volume, very parabolic. So getting back to the BTCM, okay, so the BTCM is so tied into what Bitcoin is doing, and that's the problem, you know. You like to see, for me, I like to see stocks that are trading completely on their own, not so tied up to what the sector is doing. I mean, look at RAAS, it doesn't care. You know, the market, you know, it doesn't care what the market's doing, okay. There's no news on it. I wouldn't worry about that, but you know, it's not caring what the market's doing. I don't know what sector this is in. I have no idea what sector. It doesn't really matter. It's trading on its own. And that's what we're really looking for, what we call the alpha stocks. Stocks that are trading on their own, not worrying about what the market's doing, what their sector is doing, or anything else, within reason. I mean, all of a sudden, if the market dropped 1,000 points, I don't think anything is going to keep going up. So look at this, guys. I mean, this is pretty encouraging so far. If you're in this one, let's see if it could take out that high. I guess there's no doubt what's going to be my stock of the day video. So, you know what? Print out this 2-minute chart or print out this 5-minute chart. If you want to see what looks like a great trend, this is it. Not so much this one. I mean, this looks awesome, of course, but as I was mentioning before, all the little pauses along the way, there were just pauses. That's all they were. They weren't drops and then pop back ups. And here we go. The unstoppable RAAS. Unstoppable so far. And that's even a red bar ignored. Red bar ignored. So somebody, somebody asked about a red bar ignored or green bar ignored. This is a classic red bar ignored. What does it mean? Here's that, look at this beautiful uptrend. Then you have a red bar that's totally engulfed by the previous 5-minute candle. And then the next candle is green and continues the trend. So think of it this way. A trend up, a pause in the trend, trend continues. Now, does this absolutely mean that it's going to continue? Of course not. But this is a good sign. Usually this is a long, can present a good long opportunity. Now, granted, I mean, it's so extended, but still. So even though it looked late on the option scanner at 5:56, I mean, it's 6:17 now. This is a different day from yesterday. Oh, I agree. At some point, it's going to fade. It's not going to keep going up. But I probably, I mean, I'd be, right around now. I mean, but it's still. I mean, look at the volume. The volume is still pretty good. I mean, it's not as big as this one, but I mean, it's still bigger than these previous ones. So. I'm more amazed the fact that it is 62 million in the float. I'm going to have to check that. It just seems to be trading like a very, very low float stock. Let me just check another source and just see what they say. Yeah, it's about the same. I mean, I'm looking at FinViz. They have 56 million. This is 62 million. So, I mean, it's about the same. So, it is not a low float stock. Very interesting. Well, it's from different areas, Big Paper. I mean, it's on my watch list at 508. And somebody was asking, it's from my option scanner. So, there it is at 508 from my watch list. It was also from my option scanner, yes, at 556. And it was also from the AI at 488. Any one of those entries would have been okay. And I'm sure it's here. know, even in the don't repeat at 568 right here in the basic new highs. So I mean, RAAS was, you know, virtually in so many different types of scans. It wasn't in a float scan though. I mean, it would have been. Oh, I see what you're saying. But it was so. It had nothing to do with the float. It's not a low float, so it had really nothing to do with the float. This is. The first one was at 488, okay? That was the very first alert that I saw for RAAS. I knew it was in my watch list also, and that actually triggered right at 9:45. And you can see just a little bit later in my watch list at 9:48. Well, it may do something later. BTCM. Okay, multiple scans, Cindy. The AI right here, multiple scans. The AI, if you have our premium service, 488 was the entry for RAAS. Okay, number one. Number two, if you have my watch list, RAAS right here, and it's still moving higher. Okay, right there. 508. Basic new highs, I mean 568. And in my option scan, 556. Oh, so I mean, you know, RAAS hit many, many scans. And it's continuing. Exactly the time frame I don't trade real. But yeah, have a look at what Real is talking about if you're looking for early trades in the first 10 minutes. Again, I typically do not trade in the first 10 minutes or 15 minutes. What a day! Yeah, I do see it. Look. I mean, you're talking about the excuse me, the FCUV. Yeah, I do see it. It's thumbnailed. Obviously, a special place in my heart for this one because of what happened with me after hours with it. But right now, I mean, I'm just. I mean, again, look at the 2 minute look at the 2 minute chart here. Okay, yeah, the little red bar, but it was not like a big giant red candle. Then it popped back up. Easy to still keep in the trade. And and look at the volume, guys. I mean, look at this. What time is it? 11:24. This is going to be the biggest volume bar of the day. You know, because it has another 5 minutes to close. So this is actually going to be greater than this volume right here. So the volume is not stopped. Wow. But let's not kid ourselves. It's, you know, eventually this is going to start to drop. You got to pick a spot, but Way above, yeah. Well, that's exactly, yeah, what Real is saying. When the volume starts to dry up, it just hasn't yet. Yeah, you can put an audible alert on any alert window. Okay, it's you know, so the option scanner. It's nothing different from any other alert window. Just right click on the alert window. Okay, which the option scanner is. Right click on it, and then click on properties. So the question was how to put an alert on the option scanner window, but I mean it's the same principle for any alert window. So right click, principles, properties, actions, and check the play sound, set up the sound. All right. Now you can have one window text to speech. So if you want to hear the symbol being read aloud, fine. Now I say only one window. You don't want to have all of them because otherwise you'll never know which window to look at. Okay, so you know if you don't have to have text to speech, but if some people like it, so if you want to have one window text to speech, you would just pick that. Okay. Otherwise, use custom sound. Select. So we have 3 folders here. Mad Money, Voice Number 1, and Web. Okay. Each folder has some sound alerts. You just pick one. Open it, you play it. If you like the sound it's making, say okay a couple of times, and then it gets attached to that window. Okay, so the whole idea is to put different sound alerts on the different alert windows, so when you hear a sound, you know which window to look at. Now you can also put a sound alert on the AI window. It's the same thing. Right click, actions, just follow follow that. You can also put a sound alert on your price alerts window. Same thing, right click, actions, it's the same idea, okay? Yeah, cash register is good. I mean, look at the volume. I mean, we thought this volume bar was the stellar one. Look at the volume, guys. It is just coming in here. Well, I'm sharing it. You just have to go to my go to my home page, and yeah, I'm sharing it. I'm not trying to hide it or anything. Okay, go to where it says, go to the scan section, and where it says moving higher than usually strong options, something like that. Okay. The only thing I think I added was made sure that it was over. It was above the close of yesterday. I think that's the only thing I did. You don't have to do that, but that's what I did. So in other words, I want to make sure the price is up from yesterday's close. Yeah, that's the only thing I did. Everything else is the same. And you know, I put like 0.1% just to make sure it is above the close of yesterday. That's all. But notice the AI has not got out of this trade yet. Why? Because there's been no big pullbacks. You know, there's an algorithm that kicks in. You know, so if there had been, had it been up a lot and then all of a sudden a pullback, an algorithm would have kicked in. But right now, there was there were no pullbacks that caused it. Now this may be, as Zach is saying, this is the first red candle so far. And let's see the volume. No. Just change from the close. Change from the close percent. Change from the close percent. It's not an alert. It's a filter called change from the close percent. Okay, here we go, guys. Sphere 3D shares are trading higher as traders circulate a tweet from a popular Twitter trader, Will Mead, saying, "Long any. This is the next SPRT, and they have a very good management team." Okay? Hence the run for any. Now we all know what SPRT did. Now that, again, I'm just showing you the reason. I'm not saying, okay, everybody, let's pile into it, because just like SPRT did. Now, what's the float, by the way? I don't think this is yeah. So that has 9.9 million in the float. I mean, this has got up to $60. What does any have in the float? So about the same. I mean, it's a Canadian company. Okay, so it's a little bit more, but certainly not excessive. Now, whether that happens or not, I mean, anybody's guess. But always interesting to see. Now, at least now we have some kind of a reason for it. Whoa. Yeah, I got to get rid of that. Sorry, you can't say that here, Rubber Toe. Come on. That is not part of AI. No, no, it may have had that here. I don't see. No, that is from Interactive Brokers. If you have Interactive, I find Interactive Brokers news feed is excellent. So if you have IB, that's where I got it from. Just a standard newsfeed. Yeah, not paying for it, but they seem to have some kind of a deal with Benzinga. Number one, that it's not their Squawk Box, obviously, that Benzinga charges whatever $100 a month, but it seems to be pretty darn up to date. So I'm very happy with just using IB's newsfeed. Yeah, so you have to run both programs. No, I did not customize it. I'm sorry, I did not customize it. Just a standard newsfeed. You have to run both run as administrator, but what I would do is go to our home page. Bill is there. He's our linking expert. He probably has a script of some sort that will show you or explain how to do it with TOS, okay? And when you're talking about linking, you're talking about when you click on an alert, it'll load into your platform. That's what you're talking about, right? Yeah, okay. Not using Brokerage Plus, okay. Well, guys, wow, what a morning. Very, very different morning from yesterday, for me anyway. I have never had that issue, Shamil. Never. Never, never, never. In fact, I think, I don't know if I still have, I don't have my TradingView up and running. I've never had that issue. No, I don't think, I mean, I've always just linked right in the chart and I have never had an issue. If I find it again. I'm not going to continue with my TradingView subscription, so let me. But let me just. All right. Tools, external linking, add a link, put it in here, done. I've never had an issue. No, that I double clicked. So I don't know what's going on with you. There's no fix, not that I'm aware of. I will admit, I don't recall, I haven't used it for a while, I don't recall seeing a big list. What are you talking about? Well, there is only, no, I don't know. I mean, this is what I use. I don't know what the desk, this is the web, I mean, I thought it was just a web-based version. Then I don't know. You know, there's no fix because, I mean, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. They don't care whether we can link with them, if you get my drift. But I also thought, though, that we had a rule in here for TradingView. I don't know if you've even seen it. Add link. Let me just, Edit the link. I thought we had one of the ones was TradingView. Why don't you try that and see if that works? Okay. So the purpose of external linking is if you're clicking on a lot of links or alerts like I am all day long, instead of having to type the symbol into your brokerage platform, you establish what we call an external link. So when I click on SLQT, it loads into my IB platform, okay? And it's our tools, external linking. So we link with many platforms. Okay? But that's the purpose. It's a time saver. That is the purpose. It's a big time saver. Not 100% necessary. If you're not clicking on a lot of alerts all day long, it's not that big a deal, I guess. But again, if you're like me and I'm clicking on alerts all day long, I'd rather not have to just type them into my platform. Okay? Guys, Veru now, even from the scanner, is starting to get a little active here. And the scanner of which I speak is, of course, my option scanner. Now I see CCJ showed up also. Okay, let's see. Look left, and what do we see? 2050, so it's got a little bit of room, I guess, to the next high looking left. Guys, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back and I hear Annie. I'm hearing Annie. I was wandered away from my computer just for a minute here, and I kept hearing Annie. So Annie making a charge at that 10 level. Okay, so Rashad, all I can help you with, I mean, yes, there is. Let me just give you my homepage link. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, Rashad, if you click on it, you'll see, this is what, first of all, this is what you'll see. Oops, where are you? Just a minute, I've lost. Thank you, Windows. Okay, just a minute. Just give me a moment, please. I have to arrange this stuff. I'll get to your question in a second here, Rashad. Okay, just give me a moment as I get my Windows unminimized. Okay, now I just got to find you guys. There you are. Okay. Okay, so I put my homepage link in. So Rashad, this is what you can do. This is what you're going to see when you click on that link, okay? And one of the sections is education. So if you click here, and you know the 20 introductory lessons, okay? It'll show you, how to create a top list window. Well, first of all, what they are, how to create one, what an alert window is, how to create one. Goes over all the basic features of Trade Ideas, okay? Right here. Also, if you scroll down a little bit more, educational videos, literally starting your Trade Ideas from scratch. Something about the AI. If you're new to trading, this is a great little 36-part video series starting off with what is a stock. So if you can just have to find the education section of on my homepage, okay? And that should help you. So establishing the link, I think if you establish the link and then you close down your brokerage platform and then you close down Trade Ideas and then you do the reverse every day, I think the link is kept. I think that's the order you do it in, okay? And then I think your link is there. If not, you know what I do? I mean, I go into external linking, and then when I'm done, because I don't want necessarily my brokerage platform up after hours I just disable. I disable it, and then I enable it the next day. That's all. And that's with IB. I've done that forever. Seems to work well. Probably muted. Yeah, I'm muted. Of course I'm muted. So, what was I? Somebody asked about the linking with TOS. So, did you go to our homepage and ask that? I thought you asked that yesterday, maybe. I know you're supposed to run both programs in administration mode. Also, if I had muted myself when I was answering the other question, when you establish the link, I think this is how you're supposed to do it. Close down your broker's platform first, and then close down Trade Ideas, and then tomorrow open Trade Ideas, and then your broker's platform. I think the link is still established. So held by institutions, yeah, I think that information is updated just like the float and the short float information is updated twice a month. Okay. And well, what I was saying, how I do it, I go into tools and external linking, and because I'm doing some work after hours, I don't necessarily want my brokerage platform open, and I just disable it. That's all I do. I just disable, and then tomorrow when I open Trade Ideas and Brokerage Plus, I just enable it. It seems to work. It works for me. The very worst, you have to do it every day. Okay. I mean, if it doesn't seem somehow if the linking is okay, you've got to do it every day. All right, then do it the other way. I thought it was establish the link and then, oh, maybe you're right. Maybe you close down Trade Ideas first because then that has the link in it. You're probably right. So try it that way then. Okay. Establish the link, and then the order would be shut down Trade Ideas, then your brokerage platform, and then tomorrow open your brokerage platform and then Trade Ideas. And that'll probably keep the link. I just don't do that because I just use the enable and disable feature. It seems to work for me, so. Okay, guys. Well, good on you for shorting the RAS, the RAAS. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Jamie to show up. I think he's going to be, in fact, I think he's showed up right now. You can probably hear me, right, Jamie? Okay, guys, I am going to put myself on mute. Jamie, I will stop the stream. I'm sure you can have a lot of fun talking about RAAS in the room. I'll stop the stream right now. Mute, Jamie, I will stop the stream. I'm sure you can have a lot of fun talking about RAAS in the room. I'll stop the stream right now. Mute, Jamie, I will stop the stream. I'm sure you can have a lot of fun talking about RAAS in the room. I'll stop the stream right now. Mute, Jamie, I will.
Okay. I think I got it. I thought I hit the wrong button at first, but thankfully I did not. Hello everybody, welcome to my desktop. This is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. If someone would be so kind as to use the chat panel, let me know if you can see and hear okay. Make sure I'm not muted. I am not. G'day, Jacques. Thank you, Circle. Hello, Ben. Okay, looks like we're good to go. All right, yes, of course, as Barry was just talking about before he gave up the mic, you never know when these things are going to come, but they do pop up every once in a while. Our AAS, definitely the shining star of the day. We can see here from the AI panel, risking $100, still up 10R. I think we got up about 13R at the peak there. But just a phenomenal trade coming out of Holly today. You know, and all eyes were on this level here initially, but boy, it just did not care. I tell you what, let me grab my pen. I thought I had it up, but I don't. There we go. Well, behave, pen, behave. There we go. All right. So, other than that, hey, pales in comparison. SMTC up a pretty decent percentage here, 3%. But even with the pullback coming into play on RAAS, still up 22, almost 23%. And that's with the pullback here. How much should we give back off the top there? Looks like we topped out at 664. Pretty good percentage basis just on the pullback. It'll be interesting to see how this one behaves for the rest of the day. Notice the action that we're seeing here now. Just coming, still didn't tap that 10 period. So even though it's taken a pullback, this little guy is strong. Other than that, not a bad blotter from the AI today. The short's not really finding much purchase, but hey, since we're still hovering at all-time highs, it makes sense. Just taking a peek at the SPY here real quick. Of course, you know, another gap and all-time highs again today. How's the volume? Well, a little lackluster on the relative side. 0.81 for the overall SPY index or the tracking ETF. Volume not too bad on the 5-minute right now, but just grinding to new highs. All right, Ben, I see your question there. For a long-term retirement account, how is BABA and SAM? Well, that's a slippery slope there, Ben. I mean, we all know what has happened to BABA. Just kind of zoom out a little bit here on the daily. Tell you what, let's just take a look at the weekly here, just to get a better idea of the trials and tribulations of BABA. All right, so here we are looking at the weekly. What we top out up there, 316.91. Of course, you know, BABA being a foreign stock. So to tell you, from a retirement account perspective, we're not allowed to we are not allowed to give investment advice. If I was investing my funds, I don't necessarily know that I would pick BABA. Okay, now maybe the stock goes back up. Maybe it does find support at this level, which it apparently is finding a little bit of support, as we can see right here. All right, but as far as a long-term retirement account or even just a regular trading account, I can't really make a call on that. Now, as far as SAM goes, let's take a look at SAM. And once again, it doesn't matter what country the stock is from. Still can't tell you, yes, put this in your retirement account, because I'm not a registered investment advisor. I'm not a licensed Series 7 stockbroker, although I used to be way back in the olden times. But from a simple trade perspective, okay, I can tell you what my view is. Just like on the BABA, looks like it might be finding some support. And SAM looks like it might be finding a little support back from this area here. All right. And if I get my pointer back here, what are we looking at there? May 25th of last year. All right. If it doesn't find any purchase there, well, I would look to this level and anywhere in this lower range that we see right here. Of course, you know, Sam being the Boston Beer Company, a lot of beer companies out there now. I mean, the beer market is just continuing to expand, and as the little companies come onto the scene, they get sucked up by the big conglomerates. You know, having spent the prior 12 years out in Southern California before I relocated back to Texas, I mean, it was just booming, booming, booming. Lots of acquisitions. But as far as demographics go, beer sales and all that, I don't really keep up on that. But it looks like, you know, that cycle is reversing for now. All right, question is, how do you delete a list that you created in the existing list option? Okay, so if I go to Tools here, and I go to Symbol Lists, it's going to show you all the lists that you have, right? And if I wanted to delete, say, this list, all I would do is just highlight the list, punch the old delete button, and it's gone. You're welcome, Ben. I mean, from a trading perspective, both Baba and Sam look like they might be worth taking a stab at here with proper risk management, simply because of what we're seeing on the charts, right? Hey, no problem, Sharma. That was an easy one.
Wow.
All right, let me mute my noise here because Barry's options windows, when he says wow, are going to blow my ears out. There we go. Just talking about these windows here. Of course, they're missing Barry's secret spice in his custom formula, but these stocks still doing a lot more than average on the options side of the fence. We can see here today this little guy that just came through, Mile, doing 7 times normal options volume, 100 being normal. This little guy is currently at 7.32 after that last update. All right, so decent little crowd in here. Don't have any questions right now, so while we're waiting for questions to cycle in, I'm just going to kind of show you guys a little idea I've been working on as of late. All right, we do have a question. What filter would you recommend in the case of what happened with BA today? It didn't show up on my layout until 10 minutes ago. Let's take a look at BA. Cruise back to the daily here. Okay, so Boeing, big cap stock. Obviously everybody knows who Boeing is. They make those things that fly around in the air. Of course, they're also a big military industrial complex contractor, providing all kinds of cool weapons, which sometimes get left behind in foreign countries. But, so, BA. Alright, so Sharma, you're saying it didn't show up on your scan until 10 minutes ago. Alright, so here we are looking at 15-minute candles. Could have been, yeah, the start of this candle or just the very end of this candle. But what my eyes immediately go to is the first 1, 2, 3, 4, the first hour of trading. Okay, kind of hard to see that wick in the 15-minute opening 15-minute candle there. But we put in a high. I just put a line up there. Don't know why that is staying there. Go away, please. There we go. All right, and then in the following 15-minute candle, what did it do? It put in its low. Then for the next 30 minutes, it's range bound. All right. 4 15-minute candles there. If we wanted a little bit more detail, we could always go to the 5-minute. Probably show a little bit better consolidation there. So now on the 5-minute candle, notice that the low is still in the same spot. We got this little rounded bottom coming up until this area right here. That, ladies and gentlemen, is when the opening range was broken. Now, Boeing being a mega cap stock, the market cap being 130 billion. Volume still not crazy on Boeing, but hey, nonetheless, 0.94 on the relative scale for a big stock like this is plenty of volume. So if you're watching a ticker similar to what I have here, of course Boeing's probably not going to come through here, because in this window here I'm requiring 3x on the relative volume scale, right? But it'd be easy enough to make a list of larger cap stocks, say things over 100 billion, which would do a lot of the filtering for you, or the top S&P components. But this range break right here would have been a great time to be alerted, and if you had an alert window configured with these mega cap stocks hitting highs, then you would have been alerted to Boeing right here considerably earlier, an hour. This also fits perfectly with a 60-minute opening range breakout. So let's do a little experiment here. And I see the other questions flowing in, so don't worry, I'll get to everybody eventually. So what if we did this? Let's see if the 60-minute opening range break found Boeing today. And for ease here, we're just going to point the window to BA. Okay. Market opens at 8:30 in my time zone. And voila. Okay. 9:30. Notice when I clicked here, where did the arrow show up? Right there. All right. So for Boeing today, it was a perfect 60-minute opening range break. So if 60 minutes is your favorite time, maybe 30 minutes. It just depends on how comfortable you are trading early in the session. 60 minutes is plenty of time for a nice pattern that you see here in Boeing to develop. The 60-minute opening range break pegged it perfectly. So, just think if you devised, if we went in here and did add a little bit of filtering. What was the market cap on Boeing again? Let's see here. 130 billion. So if we came in here and we said market cap 100 capital B for billion, should get the job done. There we go. What else would have come through here? Of course, I have to remove this requirement. Would we have gotten any other things that look similar? And of course, once they pass that break, you'll see them repeat. But looking at now, there's nothing here that, unless it might have identified here. But that's way before the time. Okay. So they're not all going to be pretty like Boeing, but let's take a look at the history for today. Obviously, they can't fire until, there we go, there's Boeing. Okay, they can't fire until the hour. BAC. Okay. Not bad, but not as pretty as Boeing. But from this point, we did get a nice little lift in BAC. The old vampire squid, Goldman Sachs. Not too shabby. Boom, continuation. Triple M, okay. Not appealing at all, okay. A lot of energy expenditure up until that point. So, typically when you're looking at these, just like a range break at any point in time, you want the prior area to be nice and stable. But just trying to spitball here and show you some different ways to find things like Boeing. And of course, up here, Boeing, just a textbook opening range break with a nice little rounded bottom before. So hopefully that illuminates the situation there. How am I liking Texas compared to California? Well, I was born and raised here. Didn't move out to California till 2007. It was a great run out there from 2007 to 2018. I really loved California where I was for the weather. I mean, once you spend some time out there, it's the weather that gets you, right? But I will tell you this without going into too much detail. California is not the same as it was then due to, well, I don't have to go into detail here about why it's not the same, but it's changed. And being back here in Texas, do I like the heat? Not particularly. And I'm in a smaller town. So it does have its advantages. And I think you can read between the lines on that. Hey, but there's no state income tax in Texas. That's a financial benefit. All right, Collado, just checking out your Omni AI question here. You don't have the Omni AI on your desktop, and if you save it to the cloud from the web access, I can't open it on the desktop. So let me get this straight. A cloud link that you saved via the web, you're unable to open that cloud link on the desktop version. Am I understanding that correctly? And while I'm waiting for you to just let me know if I'm understanding that, you created a cloud link on the web. Okay. And you can't drop cloud links in this chat area. And I don't want to, if I go to the web version right now, it's going to disconnect my client. And on a screen you guys can't see, I've got a blotter full of positions here that are live, so I don't want to disconnect. At this point in time, that would kind of ruin my data collection. Have you talked to anybody in the live chat about it, Collada? If my disconnect wouldn't screw up what I got going on my other screen, I would gladly do it right now. But that's what's going on here. Now, you might have noticed on the channel bar, we've gotten rid of the AI things for now because they were reflecting everything in 100 shares per position. They weren't adjusting according to our risk management that we have in the client. When you say, okay, $100 risk, so forth and so on. So it got a little confusing. So that's why we did away with those. But that wouldn't have any effect on your saved cloud links. Yeah, Pete, on your question about exponential moving averages, those are just different ways that the averages are being calculated. And they're going to look slightly different on the charts. Let me see here. But if you're looking for here's a nice little definition from Investopedia on the differences between. I guess that link's too long. Let me see if I can shrink it down for you. Stand by, please. And that way you'll just have a reference. Okay, so here's a link that should show up. There you go at the bottom, describing the difference between how SMA and exponential moving averages are calculated. A lot of questions coming through, so just give me a minute so I can find my spot. And then to follow up with your question there, and what time frame is the most effective in your experience? Well, depending on, were we talking about, longer term, like daily and weekly, or are we talking, sorry about that, a little frog in my throat. Are we talking about intraday? When it comes to intraday, right here, notice the Boeing chart that we were looking at, 5 minutes. I'm a 5 and 15 minute guy on the intraday. 5 minutes for, typically the first hour or so of the market, just so I have more bars to look at, and, better chance that a recognizable pattern is easier to identify. But then after the first hour, I typically like to go to the 15-minute chart. And notice the green line here. Okay, that is the 10-period simple moving average. And many times when a stock is in play, this 10-period is going to be the guiding hand, to use the words of the infamous Steve Gomez, who turned me on to this 10-period moving average. And you can see here, Boeing is in play today. It's strong. It's still in an uptrend. Not even coming anywhere close to the 10-period there. But if I was to kind of randomly click through some other stocks here, strong stock today, CERT, doing the same thing. If we look at RAAS, notice where it stopped pulling back. I would have expected it to come really test this, but hey, it did not. Got pretty close right here, but it seems, that this is definitely telling us something here. RAAS could very well go up here and attack these highs again. Anything's possible. How probable is it? I don't know. You look at the volume levels here on the RAAS. I've seen bigger, but that's still impressive. 41 on the relative scale. All right. On the 5-minute, we're still doing 30 times, 35 times normal volume on the 5-minute. Now, when it comes to longer term time frames, swing trading type stuff, Pete, prefer the daily, weekly. Sometimes I'll even zoom out to the monthly, just depending on the stock that I'm looking at. All right, Sharma, can you please share that window? I think you're talking about the 60-minute opening range break with a larger market cap. If so, no problem. And before I do that, let me just retitle this. And we'll just call these mega caps or big caps. And the cool thing about using a filter setting like this, 100 billion for the market cap, you don't really need a whole lot of other filters unless you want to build some other option into that. Okay, so as far as minimum maximum price and all that good stuff, you're not going to really have to worry about these things being liquid, right? Anything coming through here is going to be relatively liquid, and the spread should be reasonable. Of course, feel free to add anything that you'd like. And I'll drop this into the chat. Should be there now, Sharma. Hello, Mike. And yes, to your comment there, David, cheaper cost of living. Not really. Not really. Housing was a little bit cheaper maybe 3 years ago, but because of what's happening, not only with the corona hysteria, but the unlimited printing of the money supply, that's what's fueling housing prices, right? So even though I'm in small town Texas, consumer goods, you go to the grocery store here, and I even noticed this when I was still living in California. I'd come here to visit, and I'm like, things in the grocery store here cost the exact same amount as they do in California. That doesn't make sense. Probably because all the people that make the things that you buy in the store, well, they kind of control the market. So whether it was here or there, and that was many years ago, things were the same price. And, in some of the larger cities, Dallas, Houston, Austin, it's just like any other large metropolis. Things are very expensive. Like I said earlier, one of the benefits here, no income tax. But of course, they always get you somehow. Yeah, Kevcom, hopefully you didn't experience any flooding wherever you are in New York. And yes, Mike, the bugs are bigger. Crazy thing is, I've been seeing the locust, or what some might refer to as the cicadas, crawling around. Haven't seen those in a while. Egads, David. Flying cockroaches in San Antonio. We don't like those. And yes, Doodledum, 10 period on the daily chart is also effective. Check out the now chart here on the daily. Green line here, still representing the 10 period. You're welcome, Pete. No problem, Sharma. Okay, cup and handle for my own scanner. Barry said it was in the vault, but I was unsuccessful in finding it. So you went to the vault, Trader's Vault. It was not there. Let me do this so I don't screw up my layout. We'll just do a new channel bar in a docked window. Okay. Andy might have retooled or gotten rid of it. Yeah, I'm not seeing the vault in here. Trader's Vault is where we used to have all of our favorite scans, but Andy's redone a lot of the channels, so it looks like the vault is no longer in existence unless I'm just missing it here. Let me see if I've got one in the cloud. Not there. Well, this let me back channel my other people here. We'll see if anybody can produce one here. And give me a second because I do have an example of a potential cup and handle, if I can find it here. Of course, I don't know if it's on a stock. I think it might be on something else. So our in-house CMT, Mr. Michael Noss, posted this chart earlier, which is a potential cup and handle. Waiting for the handle to form there. Now, what was that on? Yeah, that is on a crypto. But we'll see if anybody comes back with a cloud link there. Yeah, that's weird. Let me kill my channel bar there and just spawn a new one. There we go, Trader's Vault. Okay, so why was it not, unless it showed up and I just didn't see it earlier. Dock channel bar. Okay. Hold on here, hold on. Okay, Trader's Vault right there. The key. Yes? Alright. So now a docked channel bar. And I'm not seeing it. Interesting. So Pete, or who was it that was looking for the cup and handle? Right, so Pete, you're saying you have went to the Trader's Vault and you don't see it in there? Yeah, for some reason when I spawn a docked channel bar, it's not showing up. I tell you what, let me make sure my B+ windows are all pinned. And we'll just go ahead. I tell you what, let me get rid of this. Just going to save this layout real quick here, because that shouldn't drop my connection. Okay. Trader's Vault. Yeah, it was like I don't know why they would get rid of that. It's just not the channel, so to speak. But okay, composite, horseshoe, jam down, bouncers, Momo, turbos, sector analysis, bull flag, rounded bottom. Nope, it is not in here. Not to be had. Okay. Yay, I didn't lose anything. Okay. So I'll just keep on waiting. Maybe somebody can produce. Let's see here. Floating around. Let's see what this produces. Okay. Well, we'll just have a little look-see here. Ooh, any has been a big mover today as well. Okay, so we had the little cup and the handle attempting to form, and then whoosh, this is another just crazy mover today. Relative volume, yep, we got it. Big volume on the 5, yep, we got it. And of course, you know, some of these are going to look a little bit more cup and handly than others. Not really, you know, once we got the rounded bottom there, kind of started to form the handle, and then boom, boom, boom. So, as far as cup and handle scans go, This one is going to produce some decent candidates. Some will have went already. Some might be still forming the handle. But I tell you what, this will definitely give you some good things to peruse. So I'm going to go ahead and drop this one in there as well. Okay, we got a very active questions panel here, so I'm just making sure I go back to the right spot. Yeah, David, Bluebell ice cream, except for a few years ago when everybody got infected with, what was it, listeria? That kind of ruined it for me. So once again, if you're using the client version, if you crush the old toolbar and just spawn a new toolbar, you will get or the channel bar, excuse me, you will get the vault to show up. Well, I spoke too soon. No, there it is up top. Seemed like it was down at the bottom earlier. But that's how you get it to show up. Now, in a docked window, it's not showing up for some reason. Yeah, I'm not sure who the author is, Mike, on the cup and handle, but it could be. Could be Chris. All right, still just catching up here. Bear with me. MB, regarding your question on the opening 60-minute range break, what it's looking at, let's use the Boeing example again. High was put in up here, then the low was put in up here. Then, boom, 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 right here at the 60-minute mark, right after this candle closed. These are 15-minute candles, times 4 is 60. So this guy was popping new highs right at the 60-minute mark, right? So that's what it's looking at. Previous range since the open. Correct, Trey, on your handle part on the cup and handle. Yeah, whatever the range was for the opening 60 minutes, and then boom, obviously it can't break out of the range, thus the term orb, opening range, B as in break, keyword is break. It's breaking its range to the upside. Of course, they can all, if it would have busted down to lows here, it would have been an opening range break to the downside. Opening range breaks, one of my favorite, or probably my favorite intraday pattern. If I just kind of scroll through this window here, we'll probably see some good candidates. Not using the opening range break filter, so to speak. Here's one. It's not going crazy or anything. We've got the opening range break alerts, but they only go up to 60 minutes. But an opening range break can take longer than 60 minutes. This is a good example here on the NC No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. About 2 hours into the market here on this candle right here. Opening range break, but guess what? It can't break its opening range unless it hits a high. So that's what this window's looking at. Then I pull them up and I see, okay, if I would have stumbled onto NCNO here, I would have been like, that looks good. Okay, nice consolidation, so to speak. Not too big of a range. It's not all stretched out, right? And the cool part about these is if you're diligent, and it might take you 15, 20, sometimes even 30 symbols before you pull one up where the timing is proper, okay? But the timing is definitely proper here. You could have bought anywhere in this candle after that range had been broken. And typically to assess risk, not including the entry candle, I look at the prior 15-minute low and make that my risk area, okay? So very small risk. Didn't even act like it was going to go down there, and we get this continuation here. So we've already got over a 1R return based on this being the risk level and this level up here being the reward area thus far. So we've got a much bigger reward area than we have risk area right here. So this is a manual way to scan for range breaks using new high. So MB, I hope that sheds a little bit of light on your comment there. Yeah, KevCom, if I come down here and I say new docked channel bar, I get a new free floating window. And unless I'm just blind, which sometimes I am, I'm not seeing the Trader's Vault channel in there. I see no key. That's what had me flummoxed earlier. All right, Naveen, I see your question there. Is there a way to screen for stocks that are just bouncing back off the support or resistance levels on a daily chart for a long-term period? Yeah, if you go to, if we were to go back, and let me just make sure that this is pinned. Okay, so let's do this one more time. A lot of the times we'll pick a moving average. So let's just go back to the Trader's Vault one more time. Let's see, where's the daily here? Here we go. So let's just expand this daily chart out a bit. And let's see here. Okay. Chart delay for some reason. Okay, don't know why my chart is doing that. Okay, well, tell you what, I'm not going to sit here and deal with this chart lag like that. I got something I can pull out of the cloud here. Okay, so hopefully we have a daily that's working here. Okay. Let's take a look at one of Andy's favorite scans. Okay, so a lot of the times we can say we want it to be pulling back to a certain simple moving average. In this case, it's the 50. Okay, and a lot of the times what you're going to see, for example, not the prettiest chart gelled, but this area right here where the red line is, notice that that's our swing exit as well. Okay, and it has acted as a pivot area many times before, support and resistance. But notice we're a little far away from it. But if we were to review the history here, you're going to notice when you start using certain moving averages, whether it's the 50, the 20, the 200 day, they are going to also coincide with areas that could act as support. All right. And even if they don't, these allow you to set good price alerts. So for example, and you never know when a price alert is going to be triggered, you could always come in here, and just get something to look at and then go, okay, clearly, you don't have to be a technical expert here to go, well, this area right here in the $60 level, that might be a good time to buy if this thing ever pulls back. Of course, we just took a little wick down to the 20 here, or excuse me, the 50, and wicked back up. Thus the name of the scan there, the 50 period. But there's a lot of different ways, to you could use the alert for support. You can also use the alerts for resistance as well. All right, sorry guys, we got a very active crowd in here today, and I want to make sure I get to everybody's question because we only got about 14 minutes left. Okay, Circle, you were asking about my favorite small cap swing. Okay. Most of the stocks that are going to be coming through these two windows here, if we kind of peruse the market caps, notice I just clicked on SCX, market cap 70 million. Definitely fits the parameters there. If we were to check out the history here, you're going to see that a lot of these coming through, there's a 3.9 billion. Depending on who you're comparing it to. But I'd say about 50% of the ones coming through here are going to be smaller caps. And all I'm doing here is just using a relative volume setting of 3, right? Of course, if we wanted to spice it up a little bit, we could always limit that float, all right? Notice the float there, 58 million. And typically, all of us here, we would consider a low float 20 million shares or less. So if I did duplicate this window, and then I came in here and limited the float, no guarantees, but and we'll just pick 25 for now.
Autofilled.
Now if we take a peek, there's the SCX again, market cap 72 million, definitely low. MIRM, market cap still well below a billion, 530 million. AMK, 2 billion. PRLD, 2 billion, which I still consider smaller cap, 535 million again. So using that float max 20, 30 million is typically going to find you the lower cap stocks. Yeah, I see your statement there, Otto, about how many times the stock is incremented up or down by a penny cumulatively in the past 1 minute time frame. Yeah, so you'd have to count every penny uptick and then every penny downtick, and I guess that would be cool. We just don't have any mechanisms in place. The closest thing we have is the count filter, which is going to show you how many times your filter set has been met, but it's impossible with our tech right now to keep count of that penny tick and that capacity. Yeah, and then I see your follow-up. I don't think anyone offers anything like that. That would be very data intensive. And you're going to have to remind me, Circle, which scan are you asking about in the cloud that you want me to share? The pullback to the 50? Sure. Just make sure this is back on real time. And here's the pullback to the 50 or above the 50. Yeah, perfect. I haven't been real active in the swing category as of late, just because it got a lot harder once we completed that V bottom off of last year's low. So I've been primarily focusing on the intraday. Now, having said that, there's still plenty of good long-term candidates to be had. A lot of people are playing things like these bottoming patterns, okay? RAAS, just waiting for the breaks of these lower end ranges here. They seem to be working pretty well as of late. A lot of the big high flyers have been these bottom fishings, okay? So having said that, if you go to the Trader's Vault, Andy's got quite a few bottom fishing strategies in there. Let's just click back over to the vault real quick. So check, obviously the electric car stocks not too long ago were the high flyers. They've since been beaten down. But, Let's Go Fishing is a bottom fisher. Then another one of Andy's scans is the revenue growth fishing. So not just looking at the bottoming pattern, but actually companies that have revenue growth and are bottoming out. Also, stocks hitting 52-week lows, like, for example, Turbo Down Family, no resistance. A lot of these things will hit all-time lows. Then they'll take a nice bounce back up, start forming a range. Hippo was one that a lot of guys were playing recently. It's a younger stock. But notice, IPO'd, got beat down, started doing its bottoming pattern, got a little lift here. Sometimes they keep going, sometimes they come back down. But some nice profit potential for a while before regressing back down to this level. It might go sideways here for who knows how many more days. But at least with these types of guys, as long as a comfortable amount of days has formed, well, then you know where your risk is. And you make the bet, it either works or you get stopped out. So I would say any of these are going to be great swing trade candidates. Let's Go Fishing, revenue growth fishing, as far as the bottom fishing type scans go. Trend change, of course. It's at the bottom. It might change trends. And then also looking for the ones that are hitting all-time lows because, you would think, well, all-time lows, no apparent support. So sometimes they keep going, sometimes they firm up. So you'd be waiting for the ones that firm up, establish some type of decent range like we just saw in Hippo, and then place your bet from that point on. Hey, no problem, Circle. That's what we're here for. Yeah, David, regarding the Let's Go Fishing, I mean, you can have a lot of symbols coming through these guys. Well, I say that, we got one on this one today, but for the most part, you know, PCAR, it seems to me that it's kind of the little initial run up from here, and notice the red line, which is what our system puts on there to show you apparent or what could be the next level of resistance. Would have been a greater find, you know, before the big upswing. Okay, DTSD, nice little example. All right, down here in this lower range, so like anywhere in this area right here, you know, you could have taken on this trade with a minimal risk clearly defined down here. Now you would have had to sit in it for a few days, a little ebb and flow, but it paid. All right, I see you talking about Go EV, which was a nice little runner too. Of course, we'd have to zoom, you know, this one throwing some curveballs, right? Because all eyes were on probably on this level right here. Maximum pain, stop out, come back down. But then as this level was revisited, you know, off to the races. Typical. I mean, a lot of the times, you know, if you were practicing proper risk management here, you got stopped out, and it went considerably past. But notice where it bounced, right on our swing exit line. Okay, this reminds me of a trade around in an AI trade. You know, you get stopped out, but how did it act at the stop level? Okay, clearly here, this stop area acted as support, right? So if you would have been stopped out on that initial trade, this would have been a good level to take another stab at it. All right, and we are approaching the top of the hour. That hour went by pretty quick here, so we got about 3 more minutes before Barry reclaims the throne. 1 second here. Hey, no problem, Nicole. You're very welcome. Otto talking about the linear regression. Yeah, that's one we only have in alert form. Oh, I take that back. We do have the one filter. Now, Otto, have you submitted that? Have you submitted that request to info@trade-ideas.com? Because if you do that, it gets added to the request list. And of course, as you might imagine, it's a very long list, but we try to prioritize them based on the number of requests for each specific edition. All right, well, it can't hurt to send that request to info@trade-ideas.com. And yes, Cuddy, not only do we have not only can we scan post-market, but we have a post-market channel. Let's see where it is. Doobie-doobie-doo. After hours, okay. So this is a great place to start for post-market. We also have the pre-market channel. So just some very basic windows here. Post-market, volume leaders, most up and down in the post-market, things that are moving post-market. So start off on that post-market channel and see what you find. Sounds good, Otto. All right, very active crowd today. I enjoy it. I enjoy answering the questions. Time just flew by. Just checking up on my blotter here. All right. Yes, Circle. I do the live support session every Thursday. We have a different person in here, for each day of the week, just to keep it diversified and interesting. So I do Thursdays. So come on back. Talk to Barry here, see if he's coming back yet. Haha, Whataburger or In-N-Out. Well, I got to tell you, if you get a Whataburger Junior with triple meat and cheese, it'll give In-N-Out a run for its money. That's for sure. But yeah, that's my go-to. Whataburger Junior with triple meat. All right, Barry tells me that he is starting now, so thanks everybody for tuning in. Hope you're having a green day. Tomorrow's Friday, and we'll see you tomorrow. Well, not in here, but in general. All right, everybody. Ciao for now. Bye-bye.
And this is not shortable for a lot of brokers, so certainly not an interactive broker. So this is one of those that, you're not going to get any downward pressure, selling pressure, because people are shorting it. So you're just going to have to wait and see what it does. All right, and by the way, Pete, if you're still in the room, I did not say that Pete Santos. I did not say that the cup and handle was in the Trader's Vault. I think what happened is somebody said you can check the Trader's Vault. Somebody said they thought it was in there. I did not say it was in there. I have no idea if it was in there or not. What's the VWAP? VWAP is way down here. Well, we'll see. I mean, look, I don't know what's going to happen, but obviously, but I'm going to be definitely watching this one going forward. Excuse me, on a break over 10. Oh, it works. Yeti, it does work. I mean, it works. I mean, you'll get an alert, whether or not, just because it broke above the VWAP or below, will it continue in the direction? I mean, that's another issue, but Okay, so Omni AI is no longer, okay? It has been, there's no such thing as Omni AI anymore. It's just called Trade Ideas. If you click on, well, it depends what you're using, but it doesn't matter, the channel bar or the dock channel bar. Omni, we've got rid of the segmentation, okay? So it just says Trade Ideas All or Trade Ideas AI, okay? Now on the web-based version, I don't know if they've made the change there. Does that answer your question though? It's now just called Trade Ideas AI. We've gotten rid of the segmentation of the AIs. Okay? At long last. Well, it was supposed to be a play on everybody's looking for the holy grail of a trading strategy, okay? Which there is not. There's not one strategy that's going to be like the holy grail. So it was just a bit of a play on it, that's all. That's why it was called Holly. All right, I haven't looked at the market for a bit here, so yeah, I mean, here we are, just kind of flattening out a little bit. Market opened a nice pop and just really has not done too much. Tech is up, Dow's up, SPY's up. No, 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 I didn't say that. Let me just take a look at the web-based version. I don't use a web-based version. Oh, no, 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 I didn't say that. I just don't know that if in the web-based version it has been changed. Just give me a moment. Yeah, so in the web-based version, you know, this has not been changed yet. It's still called Omni AI with the segmentation for whatever reason. I mean, the web-based version is always a little behind in the when there's something changed in the desktop. Don't ask me. I'm not a developer. I don't know why they haven't changed it. But so in the web-based version, the Omni AI still exists. Okay, but in the desktop version, it is now called TI. Our Trade Ideas AI. We don't segment them anymore. Okay. In my opinion, there was no reason to segment things. Who cares? I mean, in fact, I thought I got rid of my segments. I don't really care. Do you care that RAAS came from Holy Grail? This one came from, I mean, we're going to get rid of all this. In my way of thinking, who cares? Show me the alerts, rank them what I do is I rank them. I sort them on the aggressive profit percent column, and then I just basically track the ones that are up the most all day long. And seeing, you know, you might have different entry points. That's what I do. That's how I use it. And of course, I concentrate on the ones that are under $10. I'm sorry, under $20. That's why there's no right or wrong way to use the AI. I mean, it's just, you know, it's up to you. I mean, when I say you, I'm talking about everybody, of course. All right, so I see that TSRI was halted earlier on the way out, way back. Okay, that's back at 12 o'clock. Came out of its halt at 12 o'clock, way back. I don't see that MTTR ever halted. I don't see that it halted. I might be wrong. What's the volume? No, it's well, it's certainly not in my halt resumes scanner. So well, it's all, I've always felt that way, Grant, you know. Who cares? I don't care. You know, people get, I think they just get a little hung up on, you know, even what is the strategy? Who cares? Show me the alert. You know, I'll put it on a chart. I'll see what I see. If I like it, I'll trade it. If I don't, I don't. Ah, you're a broker. Okay. Well, it's getting closer, guys. Getting closer to that 10. It's over 10 now. And he's over 10. Keep a close eye on it. See how well it holds that 10. And if it holds 10 well, and we get some volume, this could just, you know, zoom again. I'm not telling you to take the trade. I'm just pointing out the potential opportunity as I see it. Well, for example, but don't follow me, you know, if it took out that 10, 12, on volume though, right? I like to see, I want to see volume, you know, but there's a couple of, you know, highs of the bodies of the candle, not the topping tails, but 10, 12. But again, I want to see some volume though too. You know, it's starting to pick up. Oh, I look at them all, but I mean, you know, the 2 minutes is going to show me, but I want to 5 minute probably is the, you know, by the time the volume really hits on the 15, it might be too late unless you get an extreme volume burst. But remember now, it's traded 128 million shares, 14 million in the float. I can do some quick math. That's about 9 times the float. But if you see, you've got a 2 minute chart and you see all of a sudden like a big volume bar like that here, you know, especially if it takes that out, I mean, that's going to tell you that, you know, there's the interest seems to be back. But I'm not telling you to take the trade. What I am saying though is I'd be watching this one like a hawk after hours if it holds well near the high of the day. I mean, it really has no resistance. I mean, I had to go back a long time before we saw any resistance. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. How is Raz doing these days, these hours? I mean, this may not be over. What I'm going to do is just stick an alert around 618 for RAS or AAS. See if it takes this area out right here, the highs of those two 15-minute candles right there. Later on, if it doesn't, it doesn't. So having that battle at 10 for any. All right, guys. So what I'm looking at here, let's take a look at the KPLT. Did it do anything of note? Not really. It's been kind of choppy. Oh, no idea. No idea what caused it to do that. What year was that? I have no idea. Yeah, no idea. So CCJ came in that option scanner and it really hasn't moved. It's done absolutely nothing. The price was 20. It's 20.02. Look left on the chart, and the next high is 21.94. So I mean, it's got room, but it just really hasn't moved. I'll stick an 11 order around 2011. See if it moves later on. All right, guys, we have liftoff. For the Yeni, we've got liftoff. Now, how much of a liftoff is another thing. Real talked about 1044, but let's see if it gets even higher and higher. Then we had volume. See a little bit of volume that came in on the 2 minute right there. A little bit, and what time is it? 1:25. Now again, don't be afraid to take some profit if you did get into this one, but I mean, I'm watching this one after hours. I'm going to tell you 1,000 times before I close the room down. Assuming it doesn't, just collapse. But look at the volume, guys. Look at the volume that came in. Look at the volume in the 15. Remember, now this is 1:26. This has another 3 minutes to close. So the volume is starting to come in on the 15, coming in on the 5. That's a ticket. Just keep putting price alerts and inducing it upwards. Well, guys, we've got another, a winner. Once it struggled a little bit at 10, but, it's up to you what you're going to do with it. And, remember, it came on my option scanner at $7.02. I'm not saying you would have had to hold it the entire time, but you know what? This is the area maybe you would have taken some profit right around here from 7 and then try to hold on for the bigger move. Look at it. Look at this move, guys. Oh, of course, you're chasing now. Of course, we're never, the idea was to get in, around that 11:10 to 20 mark. And remember, it's got all this pump about, hey, it could be the next SRPT. What did I say? SPRT? What did I say? Oh yeah, no, not Sarepta. You're right. SPRT. SPRT. I'm not saying it's trying to do anything close to what SPRT did, but this is what I'm talking about. I didn't make this up, okay? So this is why this is moving. I don't know who this. I have no idea who Will Mead is. But evidently he's a popular Twitter trader, Will Mead. Originally, well, this is in our YouTube room, Real Spirit. Originally, I found it in my option scanner at $7.02. Right here, $7.02, the option scanner. Now we traded just about 10 times the float. So you're talking about the call. Okay. OLB, let's take a look at OLB. Aja's been talking about OLB for several days in our YouTube room. And Zach just pointed this out. Of course, you're probably looking to short it. Not, you know what? This is not shortable at AIB. It's the big red dot. It's not just that they, will try to find shares for you. It's not shortable. But, it also appeared on the basic new highs a little bit later, at 875. Whew. Yeah, there's just a big red dot, which means it's just saying it's not available for short sale, as opposed to a hard to borrow. That's okay. Probably, Grant. I don't know for sure. I think there probably are people that have done it. Let me just check the property actions, set up the sound, use the custom sound. So it has to go into this folder. Okay, program files, trade ideas. Now yours will say something different. It'll be your build, and then sounds. It has to go in that folder, and I guess, yeah, these are WAV files. So yes, I guess so. All you have to do is make sure it goes into that folder. Make sense? That's what Kev does. So yeah, so the answer is yes. Just has to be in the right folder. That's all. So right here. There you go. So Kev's saying keeping them under 2 seconds. Okay. Yeah, you probably don't want to play Stairway to Heaven or something. Yeah. So what you do, Real Spirit, is create a chart. Okay, with all the indicators and the colors, etc., that you want on one chart. You can do one of two things then. You can save, right click, and save as default. So every time you open a new chart, you'll have the colors you want, the indicators that you want. Or you can just keep duplicating the chart. So again, let's say you have a 2-minute chart and you've put all the indicators that you want on all your charts, plus your colors, whatever colors you've chosen, and you've got your chart. Now all you have to do is duplicate it. Okay, and then change the time frame. So now I've got a 5-minute chart, a 2-minute chart, looking exactly the same, just different time frames. and so on. You know, just keep duplicating to this is all I did, you know, for these charts right here. Yeah, April. Well, you're exactly. I mean, listen. Obviously, a stock will come down because you know, even myself, I'm going to sell it. I'm not going to hold it forever. I'm going to pick a price where I'll start to sell. You know, depending where I got into the trade. So you'll have that sort of selling, but you won't have the additional short selling, where people are piling in on, you know, shorting a stock, which is, you know, basically selling it. So. Yeah, we're sort of losing focus here, guys. Remember, stocks only is for a specific stock. Okay, you want to talk about a specific stock. Off topic is virtually for everything else. Tech support, I can do some minor tech support depending what the problem is. And of course, there's my homepage tab with all this information here. No, but you know, as just because the stock has no shorts, and you know, for most brokers, if there are not a lot of shorts, it doesn't mean. Obviously, there's still selling pressure when people want to take profit. Okay, you just don't have that additional wave of selling pressure. That's all. Well, taking profit, April. If you got it, okay. Let's use you as an example. Let's say you got into to any from my, wow, all I can say is wow. So you got into any right here, or at my alert, 7:02. Boy, it's early. Wow, I mean, that's an early alert. Okay, and all of a sudden, you know, this starts to happen. You've made a huge run. Maybe you take some profit. Another one, you may, I mean, at some point, you just have to make up your mind when you want to take some off. I mean, that's what it's all about. Like, where are you in it? People who got in here, you know, they may hang on more than people who got in here. I'm sorry. They'll hang on more than people who got in here. Doesn't it make sense? I mean, if I got in here at 7 and the stock's at 11, that's a $4 gain. If I get in here at 9 and there's a $3 gain, I mean, it all depends where you got in and your risk tolerance, etc. But those are all the factors that go into it. Or all of a sudden, you know, I mean, because of some selling, it starts to make a move through a moving average or something. Real will look at fibs. You know, maybe it's in a way above a certain fib. All sorts of reasons. I mean, too numerous to dictate, really. No, not to your existing charts, real. No, you'll have to. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room who is also real. REEL. No, no way you can do that. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, exactly. Look at the volume for any. Remember, we're saying we need volume. Well, guess what? We got the volume. Oh. Again, I should back out that monthly chart just to In fact, I'll make a big chart. I just want to refresh my memory on this. I'm going to make a gigantic monthly chart. See, it's so exponential, I can't even. So we're back in 2018, and the high was 1928. High was 912. So on a monthly basis, but that's 3 years ago. It's over 3 years ago. Do we really think that that's going to affect it today? I don't. Somebody gets on my case about tapping on my desk. I guess you're not in the room. Now, speaking of the strength alerts, guys, so I don't talk about it very much because it's really for people who are, well, I mean, you can subscribe. It's part of of our service, okay, standard or premium. You do get the strength alerts, okay, but this is like an entry level package. It's cost $17 a month, but you can access it from the channel bar. And so this is what Kev is talking about. And you get 5 new ones a week. One of them was Annie, with a suggested entry of $5.50 with a stop at 4. I wonder how that worked out. Who's your broker, Rex, that you can actually short any? Just out of curiosity. Inagata Davida. No, another song, not to. Yeah. So who is your broker, Rex, that you can short any? Just out of curiosity. Oh, I see. Well, again. Even Zach, who has usually access to all sorts of shorts, I think even he said this morning that any would be hard to short. I think they come out Sunday night, before the market opens Monday morning. Before the market opens. I don't know if it's Sunday night or before the market opens Monday morning. And they don't get emailed to you. If you're a subscriber, you'd have to access it from our toolbar, okay? Oh no, it's okay. I mean, I'm just curious. I thought you had shorts for it that. And I think that could have been the biggest volume bar of the day on the 15, I think. Let's just take a look. Yes, look at that. Look at that, guys. I mean, here's all this volume at the beginning of the day that propelled it. And look at this one. I mean, it's the biggest volume bar of the day. Well, it's mainly for people. I mean, I haven't followed it at all. I mean, any happened to be one that usually it's a little more expensive, the stocks. It just happened that any was one of the ones in it this week, and it's surprising because typically they has to have these are ranked, and it's the top 5 as per our ranking algorithm, and one of the ones is the stock composite rating. I'm actually surprised it has such a high stock composite rating of 76 for any. I'm surprised. And what that stock composite rating is, it's a combination of fundamentals and technicals, okay? So 100 is the tops, okay, which would mean a stock is, very, has high fundamentals, high or strong fundamentals, and great technicals. Doesn't mean just because you get something, though, that's at 100 or 95 that you just pile into it. But it just means that, especially if you're looking to go, maybe swing trading, but these are stocks that are usually near the highs of their year or highs, lifetime highs. But it doesn't mean you shouldn't trade those or swing them. But that's what that composite rating is all about. Meanwhile, poor old Raz got left in Annie's dust. Oh yeah, look at Catapult. On the move here now, guys. So I saw this one. This is not going to show up on mine. Why? When I say mine, I'm talking about in the my option scanner. It shows up on the other one that I created with Rubber Toe's help with the put call ratio. But why? Let's see. Why wouldn't it show up? Let me just maybe the relative volume isn't quite high enough. I admit I don't, you know what? It's probably going to show up very soon. This relative volume probably just kind of pushed its way because of this above 3. And in this one right there, the minimum volume is 3. There it is. In fact, well, there it is. And in fact, it was there. I just didn't see it. It's 149 now. It was at 143. Wow. Not sure. I'm not sure. You could take a look. You know what? You can take a look at something like this. If you right-click on an alert window, configure. These scans were built a long time ago. I mean, I'm talking about a long time ago. And you see where it says strategies? You can click on bullish strategies, click the plus sign, and it'll show you all the bullish strategies that we've got. Okay, you can click on it and you can see the filters that are used. You can adjust them if you want. I don't know if console at the top or intraday breakouts, extreme spikes. I don't see them here, but extreme spikes, are you talking about it like an extreme spike in volume? And then on the negative side, you know, bearish strategies, these are just basically the flips. So when you say extreme spikes, are you talking about volume spikes? And an intraday breakout, you know, it's hard to define. I mean, I don't know what you mean by that exactly. I mean, you know, all these are breaking out. These are making new highs. You call that an intraday breakout? I don't know. All right, guys, it is Thursday. I know it's Thursday today. Tomorrow's Friday. Today is Thursday, so at 2 o'clock there is a marketing meeting which I shall attend. And I'll be putting myself on mute. Market is starting to drift down, guys. Look at this. Now tech has gone negative. So we've got a little break between value and growth. Yeah, I don't know how updated it. In fact, Mighty Mouse is no longer. I don't even think it's one of the strategies. Did it make it today? Mighty Mouse is just looking for stocks underneath $5. Number one, I know that. Other than that, you might want to go to our homepage and ask. I think there might be but I just don't know how up to date it is. Okay. Go to our homepage and ask for the PDF that describes the AI strategies. They might have something. Yeah, personally, Pickles, I wouldn't care about what they are. You know, all you have to do is you get the alert, click on it, check the chart, see how it's trading. Okay, does it really matter like what it's looking for, or why you got the alert when you really think about it? Well, any came on my option scanner at 10:13. Okay. Right there. Here it came on my option scanner at 10:13. Price was 702. So that's the first. That's the first I was alerted to it. Well, you know what? I do appreciate that, Fender, and yeah, I mean, we don't put up with any nonsense here, you know, be it well, certainly sexist or whatever, swearing, etc. It's a very civil room. Okay, guys, so it is now 1:56. I'm just going to put my announcement in, okay? Before I don't want to forget. I'll be here until another couple of minutes. Whoa, did I see what wow, holy smokes, guys. So, in theory, there's another winner out of the option scanner. But look at now, what did Bitcoin do? BTCM, look at this thing rip. May I say it? Severe rippage, guys. Severe rippage and halted. BTCM. Came from my option scanner at 10:56. Got the alert here. It pulled back, as I've said a million times, which I didn't do. Set an alert. I think what happened is I had the alert set and I deleted all my alerts before. Set the alert where the alert happened. It's too late now, of course. So this is what I'm talking about. So we had the alert here for BTCM at 10:56. The time was 10:19. Okay. When I click on it, see if the arrow shows up. There's the arrow. So there, that blue arrow is where it happened. Now, right after that, it didn't move at all, and in fact, it moved down. And typically, what I say to do, and I know I did it. I must have deleted the alert stupidly. Just reset the alert. Kind of like what Real is talking about. Reset the alert. And so if it happens again, like it just did, you'd know about it and maybe you could get into the trade. I mean, it's a watch list, guys, okay? It's not, well, you get the alert and take the trade right away. And hey, if it doesn't work and it starts to move down, forget about it. No, it's a watch list. And you don't get so many of them that it's overwhelming. If this is all you did every single day and you're a new trader, just to focus on those stocks, it probably wouldn't be the worst thing. And again, available from my home page. Just go to the scan section on my home page. And it's called Abnormal Option Activity, something like that. All right, guys, I'm putting myself on mute right now. All right, guys, I am now back. Sorry, another long marketing meeting. So, guys, did you get? Again, I was following that reel, but I mean, I have loaded, from my website the moving higher with unusually strong options, and I obviously, well, you can see I definitely got the BTCM. It's interesting that you guys did not seem to get it. I haven't made any changes. The only change I made was making sure the stock was above the high of the day and or the close of yesterday, and that would definitely not affect this. So again, I'll do this one more time. So here it is, Aries homepage. Click on the link. Click here for my scans. Here it is. I click here. Now this is, again, this is what I do. I mean, I just copy the link. I think we talked about this before. I just copy the link and then file, load from cloud, and there's the link, and load it. And if I do a history, phew, I was going to say, where is it? There it is, BTCM. So, don't know what's, I'm not sure what's going on then. Anyway, if you have, you should have it now, I would think. Anyway, guys, I think, what time is it? 2:46. What a day. So, again, my plan for the Yenny, I'm going to be watching this after hours. I want to see, number one, if it can get, well, hey, we still have an hour, a little over an hour left for the market to close. I want to see if it kind of tends to recover, get a little bit back up here. But I don't really care if it does. I mean, usually I do. But what I'm going to do is after hours, I'm going to wait and see if it can take out that high. If it takes out that high, I have a feeling it could go on another run. So that is what, people ask me, what do I do? I don't trade that much in the post market, but I've been doing a little bit more trading in the post market. And so that is going to be my focus. Yeah, I'm going to be more conservative than you, Poe, I should say. Yeah, I mean, listen, this could also just, sink like a stone. They could spring a financing. They could do any number of things, but that's why I'm going to be a little more conservative, and I would wait for this break up here. I think if it breaks up there, I think that'll give people a lot of confidence. Could run several dollars. Well, it's streamed on YouTube. You're right, Jebediah. You are right. It is streamed on YouTube. I mean, obviously, well, if you've been in this room, it's a lot more active, that's all. But yeah, you have the option of just listening to me and seeing my screen in YouTube if you don't care about that much activity amongst traders. Sounds like you're in it, Michael. Well, again, it's the same thing, isn't it? I mean, again, there's no volume. I mean, there is volume. Obviously, it's 3 million, but it's not. The relative volume is very, very light. So, I mean, it's possible. What's the daily looking? So the daily, I mean, it's possible that people are just building up a position, I guess. But I'd be waiting for a forward break. I mean, I don't think there's any mad rush. I mean, look at these candles here. You know, I'd be waiting for a forward break if I was going to do this at all. And then when you look left on the monthly chart, you've got some room to 6. But what is your attraction to this? Why are you so? Well, you're in it. Okay, so that's your attraction to it. Okay. But again, I think a forward break might get it rolling for a while anyway. The next high after that is 441 on the weekly, and then the next high is almost 6. So all right, guys, so I'll be shutting down very soon, closing at 3 p.m. And you too, Sir Thomas. By the way, guys, in the marketing meeting, I did one little nugget that came out. You know how in our charts you only have 2 options? Properties, you only have 2 options regarding symbol linking. It's either checked or unchecked. And I know that this question has been asked in the past, and you know we just haven't been able to do it. So I guess now you're going to be able to group charts. Okay, you'll be able to group charts. In other words, you know, if I just wanted, you know, 5 charts grouped together, 5 different symbols grouped together, for whatever reason, I'll be able to do that. A lot like, you know, most charting programs, you know, when you put a little, usually they have some kind of color coding, so you can color code charts together, things like that. Nice compliments from Fender 73 above. Okay, well, I haven't read them, but I appreciate any nice compliment. So are you talking about what you're seeing on my screen, Slowhand? Oh, and yours. Well, yours, I have no idea. I mean, I can tell you the scrolling should be automatic. I mean, assuming I mean, obviously you don't see the same type of scrolling here, but if you're using, you know, properties and view mode, and you're using newest first, now I'm grouping this and no repeat. I would see the symbol over and over and over again. So it's hard for me to answer your question without seeing. But I mean, if I had a typical, I don't do that anymore. You know what? I mean, I'm grouping them in a different way now. So I want to see the symbol when it makes a new high. I just don't want to see the symbol over and over and over and over again. If that makes sense. I want to see the symbol when it makes a new high, but I don't want to see AEI over and over again as it keeps making new highs, as an example. So this is just a different view. Is it possible to resize charts on the pre-configured windows on the web access? Boy, I don't know. I just don't use the web access, so but let me see if I don't see why not. All right, so here it is. Trying to grab a corner here. I can't seem to be able to grab. I can stretch it, of course, but yeah, you know what? I mean, I'll be honest, I'm not sure. I mean, I've never used the web-based version. I'm just trying to see why I don't see a little change in the icon. So yeah, so what you want to do, well, let me make a chart. Let's just see. New chart. Okay. Okay, so obviously you can size the chart the same way. So I guess the answer is yes, but are you talking about in the pre-configured? Okay, so obviously if you create a new chart, you can do it. Boy, I haven't used this for so long. Sorry, I just... I guess not. I guess the only thing you can do is just kind of make everything bigger. But if you're trying to resize this chart from within, I guess you can stretch it, but you cannot. Yeah, you cannot. Because I don't see. No, I don't see it changing. So I can grab that bottom and maybe make it bigger. I don't see how you can do it. This is the chart. Of course, creating a chart is no issue, but yeah, I guess not. But let me see. Let me see here if you can do it. Because I've never really tried. I've never really thought about it. And the answer is yeah. Obviously, you can do it on in the application. I guess not. Okay, so you know that. Yeah, I guess not. Another limitation of using the web-based version. Well, guys, Annie doesn't look that good right now. I would really have to stop moving down. It looks like, this is going to be one of those ones that just kind of gives it up. Well, a little marketing there, William. Well, plus I think Annie, when did Annie start to really run? So this is when I did my video right there, okay. Now, granted, it already had a nice run, but I think at that point, I think that RAAS had a bigger percentage gain at that point. I may be wrong, but also it's from the AI, so there's a little bit of marketing that goes into this. Yeah, I can give you what I use. Well, are you using our dock version, Slowhand? If you're not, I can't give it to you. You are? Okay, well, here. This is probably my favorite one. And I don't think there are any. I don't think there are any left monitor. Which one was that? I gotta think to myself, which one? After hours scans. Well, let's see what this one looks like. Okay, that's the charts. Never mind that one then. So that's called after hours scan charts. This should be, let's see, after hours scan left monitor. Let's see if that is it. This is probably the, yeah, this is what I really stare at. Okay, you get the most up and down in the post-market and also new post-market highs. These are the two that I really look at. Okay, you can, not so much these other ones. So you know what I'll do? I will break them out. Yeah, and it does have the same thing. I just made some changes to it. I think I increased the volume and things like that. You're getting too many alerts, in my opinion, that you didn't necessarily want. Now this has a sound alert on it. Okay, so you know maybe I'll just get rid of the sound alert. You can put your own on if you want. Okay, so here you go. Oops. And again, I just upped the volume, I think, and a few other things. You know, maybe you don't want it. I mean, but this is what I use. All right, I'm just sort of following what's going on. Okay, Grumpy. Cease and desist. How's that? And we don't have ways to block. All right, guys, it's 3:02. Thanks a lot for all of the help. This has been I had a great day. I hope others were able to, you know, profit from some of my scans or some of the scans that you've got. This was definitely, for me anyway, this was a far better day than yesterday. Not just because of, you know, the making of the money. I mean, that's always nice. Just more active, just more trend, which is all I'm looking for. All right, guys, so I shall open this room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So everybody has a great evening. Just a minute. Ugh, my copying and pasting ability is gone by the boards. Okay, there we go. Okay, guys, have a great evening, guys and women. You know, generic guys, get generic guys, not to. I know we have women. Okay, but anyway, we'll see you guys. We'll see everybody tomorrow. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Have a great evening. Bye-bye.